Hello, everybody. How's everybody's day going? I hope you're all doing well. I'm just getting set up for today. Alrighty, let's get into it. I'm okay. How are you? I'm pretty good. Little sleepy, but I think we're doing pretty good. Oops, I did not mean to have the screen blurred. My bad. There we go. Where's my where's my oh no. I think it's in here. Emotes. Womble made. There we go. There we go. Now we got them all. Alright. And also let me just fix. Face track is be a little funky today. There we go. Alright. I'm going to AFK in the server just in case to make sure everything goes okay. But we're going to be doing some fan art. Hello, everybody. Hello, Andrea, Tricky, Pasta, Fruit Bat, Pixels, Sentient Pancakes. Welcome on in. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Let me open. Oh, God, that spooked me. Let me open Asprite because I want to do some fan art today. I would like to do two. At least two, I think. 2 or 3, maybe. Yeah, it'd be great to do fan art. I'm going to go find the file there. Stream avatar, custom beans. Where is there's a file? This one. I've got on the server yet. I just got on a single player world for now. No problem. No problem. The server will be on all day. I just wanted to be sure I was there at the very beginning to make sure that no one had any issues. Let me make a new folder for all these. New group. We're gonna call this finished beans. And we're gonna close it, lock that, turn that off. We're gonna add a new one. What is this? Oh, that's a sketch. Delete that now. And then unlock this. And then let's see who we got on our list. I got quite a few people, honestly. I think we'll start with Sachiko. I will blur my screen, though, because they are a NSFW artist, but they do have character references that aren't as NSFW. Jake the dog VTuber. Yes, I was gonna... That's something that I was working on. Adventure Time, yeah. Do I have the file still? I was working on it, but it's gonna take a lot more work than I currently have time for, so it'll be a slow process thing. Oh my god, the sounds of Minecraft are scaring the fuck out of me. Boop. Okay. Let me check something. How is my computer doing on with this? We doing okay? I think so. That's not what I want. It's not too laggy, I think. Okay. Music and sounds, turn that off for now. Okay. Do I have... I don't know where I have it, but yeah, I started working on a Jake the dog model that's gonna have a bunch of toggles on it, hopefully. Copy image. Okie dokie profile. Alrighty. Now we can unblur and let me grab my tablet. No, it's on the floor. No. Okay, got it. I'm too short for this bullshit, man. So I've been staying up late for the past few nights. Not gonna lie, it's so peaceful. On God, valid. I like being awake when the world is asleep. That's a good way of putting it, I think. Makes the brain flow better, in my opinion. So this is Sachiko's character. I think, how do I do Beans? Do I do the hair? No, because Beans don't have hair. They have ears. No ears. I think the eyeliner is a big part of it. We're gonna make them black and white. I might give them a hoge. I've just been waking up at least once every night for around more than a week. Yeah, I often wake up at least once at night. Not having to plug my earphones with plug my ears with earphones just hit stiff. Yeah, after stream. Sorry. I choked on my own spit. After stream, I take my headset off and then all my sounds come through my speakers because it just hits different. Okay, so I want to grab these colors because we're gonna split dye this baby. Shift N, and then let's make this big. Oh, is this the color? I feel like this is not the right color. Unnoticed. No one noticed. Oh, I think I might make the eyes brown because their eye color is brown. And then they outline their art. I'm gonna take this color for the outline. Yeah, kind of like that. And then let's go here, and then we'll split dye this half. Boop. Boop. Yeah, alright, there's that. And then need them brown eyes. Not brown? Not brown? I like brown. At least I thought they were brown. My brain is perceiving it as a color, and it's like, that's not the color. Like a darker brown. Yeah, like that. And then... don't leave me. Can't be that easy. Just want the mouth color. Alright, there we go. Oh, wait, nope, I have to blur this again. Oop, okay. To your city. Alright, now we gotta do the dramatic lashes that Sachiko does. Hold on, I gotta look at the shape. It's like down and then up. So it's like... and then up. And then this one goes... here. Hold on, I have to look at their art. Sorry. Oh, there we go. So it's like this. Let's just erase this a little bit. Might make my brush a little bit smaller. Hello, trailer. Okay, I think that works. Okay. I just gotta fix up the eye a little bit here. So that way the eyelash doesn't go over it, and then go from there. NDA? No. The person I'm making fan art of right now, their art is not NDA. It's just a bit NSFW, and I can't show that on Twitch. There we go. That's pretty good. There we go. Alright, and then this should... Oh, we gotta give it one dot there. Sauce? Sauce? Okay, hold on. I can give you the sauce, hold on. Here you go. They're an amazing artist, on God. I love their art. I just, Oh, they have hoop earrings. Let's see, they're drawn with hoop earrings and... Research Trailer says, hey, said sauce. He wanted the sauce. Okay, so... Okay, I can, like, show this. Okay, they're drawn with, like, this necklace. I don't know the hoop earrings. I ain't researching shit. That makes me laugh. You're so funny, Taylor. I'm blessed. Okay, it's like loose fitting though, right? Yeah, they have like a thin one, a thick one, and then 2 extra, which I like a lot. So it's like this. There's no good things. I've drawn Sachiko once before. I did. Have fun with work stuff. I drew them once before. I made them a slug. Less teeth or smaller? These are less teeth examples. However it be for baby cat versus adult cat. Okay. 2DR. Thank you for the lurk. Where are my slugs? Slugs. I made Sachiko a slug. Why did I give them orange eyes? They don't have orange eyes. I guess I just suck. Don't understand. Fix it. I try to fight it. I was wasted. Oh, I didn't expect you to be by my side. There's that one. And then they have like a wider one, but I don't think I have room for that. Merge down. Shift N. I think this is the color of it though. Yeah. Oh, I gotta send something to Pixels. Alright, think I want this to be a bit more like this. Do a little bit of shading on them. Do I normally do shading on these? Not normally. Okay. I'll do a little hoge, I think. Oh. And then march down, shift N. And then theirs goes to the left, and it's chunkier than mine. Okay. Bottom me. Oh, this is what this sounds like. I also don't think it's that big, though. That's like awfully big. Yeah, I think that's more appropriate. And then what's this color? I don't know if I should make the outline just black, though. But then you can't really see the eyeliner. I have an idea. Okay, they do use a blue. Okay, Oh, but you don't see it if I do that. Fuck. Let me make it darker. Okay, not that dark, though. I think this actually works out fine. Oh, I make everyone's outline white. I never changed the outline on people. Whoops. Okay. And that's the case. And then this would be a darker accent. A bit darker. That or black? I think I'd do a color accent. Oh, but they have glasses as well. Hold on. They do. They have glasses. I think. Sometimes no, sometimes yes. I might do the earrings though. Alright, let's do the earrings. Oops. I think. They draw in a lot of black and white, so sometimes it's hard. Hold on. Maybe they have another, like, close-up face one that I can reference. I don't actually draw them that often with the earrings. So maybe I won't add the earrings. Maybe I'll add some blush. Yeah, let's add a little blush, I think, is the play here. Alright. I'll add a little blush, and then that'll be that for this one. Maybe I will do 3 of them. The heck? Layer. Doop. Let's get more of like a pinky. And then I'll put it here. I'll take another one. Put it over here. Ooh, 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 ooh. Merge down. And then let me get the eyeballs. Oop, oop. And just remove those. And then the top of the lip. There you go. Now it's Sachiko. Do I? I do. Might make the brown a little bit darker brown. Yeah. I think that stands out a bit better. Yay! This is underscore Sachiko2. Oh, and then I gotta turn the mouth off. And then there's Sachiko. I'll send this to Sachiko. Made you into a whittle bean. Cool. Sachiko. I think it's 2 S's, their username. She went another place. Alright, who is next? Sachiko, let's do Naomi. Naomi! I didn't realize the server had origins, not gonna lie. I don't know what origin to make. You can pick a different one later. If you don't like the one you picked, you can just come back to me, or I can teleport to you and I can give you a different origin orb. You know, I should have put one in the adventurers pack. Hold on. I can do that right now. Oh gosh. There's one. If you haven't spawned yet, then I can still do this. CSG config set CS kits starter kit. And so now if I give yeah, but it's a sort. No, unfortunately, that one is not working on the server, and I don't know why. Yeah, the Akashic Tomes don't work on the server for some reason. Okay, we're doing Naomi next. Do they have a reference of their character? I don't know if they do. I want a reference. Cute. I'm glad you think it's cute, Sentient. I appreciate it. Close. Don't save. File new. Okay. Boop. Okay, so their soul is obviously green. Like no doubt about that. Their soul is green. Boop. And then we'll use the darker green. That's an accent from their hair for this. And then mouth open color. Actually, did they might have changed the inside mouth color with. Yeah, they made this art. Okay, copy image. Let's take this color. Oop. There we go. Look like a cute little lime. All right, so they have these earrings, and they have this like flower, which is important to draw. So I think I'll start with the flower. Let me grab the color of the flower. And then I'll make another color that is the flower that's slightly darker. I think I'll do this one. I'll do a new layer, and then I'll do this like this, I think. And then it is a 1, 2, it's a 4, 5, 6. 6 petaled flower. And make it a bit smaller. It's a little bit off. There we go. And then we'll duplicate. Turn these off. Make it a little bit smaller. Have one there. Which I will have to clean up because, yep. Let's make this a 2. I think that's good. I'm gonna vary this up just a little bit more. There you go. There we go. And they have them like all over, it looks like. I wonder if they have a reference of their model on here. I think I'll add like one more. BRB, need more water? No problem. We'll be here. Love you. With negative. And then putting this one like down here, and then this one up here. And we'll take these and bring them down. Make sure the logo is on top. I'll grab this. We'll go. Actually. Merge down. Merge down. I want to do like one more, I think. Let me select this guy. Oh, okay. It's not exactly what I wanted to do, but that works. Like, how many do they have? They have one here, and they have 2 on their arms. Maybe one here. And then we'll move this one. I'll put one down here. And merge down. Merge down. This. And they're like a gradient, actually. So let's do that gradient. This to this. And then I should have a gradient tool. But I forgot what it is. Oh, I think it's this one. There we go. Oh my god, that's so cute. And then... okay. And then I want to do the little orb. Turn that off. This would be Neo-Malay. Do I have anything else I want to add? They have that like nice upper lip, like cartoony upper lip. Okay, I think I'll just add their orb. This one. I want to outline it with. Hi, Vex. How are you? Welcome on in. Should I make him big? Hi, Shadow. Come on in, friends. Okay, I think, and then the other color, and then we make it bigger, and we'll do like a swirl. Oh, wrong way swirl. Should be up and in. Hey, Shadow, how you doing? Welcome on in. And then do a new layer. I kind of want to take this gradient, like apply it here. So much better than yesterday. I did some research on elections that went on this week, and there hasn't been a blue wave like this since 2008. Fuck yeah! Yippee! Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're having a better day today. I think that they don't really care about us. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Blend, lighten. Yeah, I think I like that. But now it needs an outline. And hopefully I can make it the right. Like 6. Well, it's like a little bit off. It's like too big. What the heck? Welcome back. Okay, I might make the outline a little bit smaller. 4. No! How do I keep making it too big? Oh, no, that's too small. I don't really care about us. Oh, it's like slightly off again. There you go. And then merge down. Oops. New group. Earring. And then we'll duplicate this. Take this one, put this one here, take this one, put this one here. Oh, there it is. I want to go straight across. There you go. A little higher. And then I feel like I could add just a little. There's got to be something a little bit more, you know? Let's see. What else? What else? What else can we add to the bean? Oh, they really show that they only have one earring. Well, they do have two, technically. Alright. Should I try to make the little... I can try to make their nose piercing. Like a little nose piercing. Hold on. Boop. 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 A little bigger. It's a little goofy, but I think it makes sense. I think it looks a little goofy. Let me see. What else makes Neome though? Let me look at that stuff. I think the eyelashes, maybe. We haven't really done eyelashes, but eyelashes can kind of make the character, so let's do that. Let me look at their eyes. They have it going here, and then a little bit more up. Like this. I think. And then like that. We're just gonna curve this out a bit more. I like it when Vex grooves with the music. It makes me feel, I feel accomplished. Let's bring this out and bring this out. And then they have like, once I go down, baby, feel right, nothing sounds better with you. That's what I said 90% of my points on. That's fair. I feel like this, and then we take it and we do a little bit of this, you know, like that. Maybe we make it like the whole under eye, maybe. Better with you. I'm getting my replacement camera battery today because because the one I brought broke, and low-key very excited. Fuck yeah. Is it like, will it perform better, or will it be like same but just like a good replacement? I think that's pretty good. Duplicate. Boop. Yumi has like this one like whip right here, but I don't know if I'll add it. Oh, they do have a reference. It's gonna power my camera, adapter, and monitor. Oh, very nice. An all-in-one solution. Very cool. I also have, like, this going on. Whoop. Oh my god, nope. Yeah. Plus, I can probably run it for 5 to 6 hours. God damn, that's a powerful battery. What the fuck? Holy shit. Holy shit, that's a powerful battery. Yeah, that's a little daintier than I think I would normally draw this kind of stuff as. Let me beef it up a little bit more. There we go. Only downside is I can't bring it on planes. That's fair. Something that powerful, you know, honestly, makes sense. I think I want to add one more right here. Because I have one, like, right here on their side. Boop, boop. It's in my head again. Tread carefully. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. So this is Neo Malay 1. Neo Malay 2, export. Big boy, bigger boy. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, who's next? I'm actually having fun with this. I'll do this for a little bit. Art of Gabby is next. Art of Gabby. Trying to get rid of me. Alright, so this is Gabby's. Yeah, okay. Their soul is pink, but I think I'll do a gradient of pink. Yeah, I think I'll do like a gradient pink. Hello, Crimbo. How you doing? How was your stream yesterday? I was lurking a bit, saw you were playing some more Orc Raiders. Oh, that's not the gradient I want. Speaking of you, let me put you on this list. That's perfect, actually. Art of Gabby, Yomale, LA cartoons, yeah, Crimbo. Art time. I'm gonna lurk and draw with you. Awesome. Yeah, I'm doing fan art because I can't spell. I'm doing fan art because this is my magnum opus. These little beans. I think their eyes are also a gradient. I don't think I've done gradient yet for the milk beans. I'm good. I had a lot of fun. I'm glad. Wear mouth open. Open mouth. Open mouth, please. They don't have a lot of open mouth art. Okay, so I'll just pick one that common. I had to burn out on Arc Raiders, so I could go back to doing art. No, understandable. Pixels in chat has been very addicted to it as well. We were going to bed super late last night, and it was like 3 a.m. and he's like, I just got an ad for Arc Raiders right as I was going to bed, and I was like, damn. I love them. Thank you. I'll make one of you after this one. Okay, right. They had the gradient eyes. That's why I was having a conniption fit. Okay, this one, and the no. Pixels knows what I mean. Yup. It's his new tism game. Why? There we go. It's a super fun game. It sounds really cool. And honestly, like, hearing it that it was made by the people that did, like, the old Battlefield games and the Star Wars Frontier, I think, game. Like, honestly, it makes me a bit more interested to check out the art of the game at the very least. Sounds pretty cool. I have to do the little sakura petal on their forehead. I need to do photoshopping right now, only thinking about going topside. They have a little ahoge, which I will draw. I will do the, like, eye wings. And they have, like, a foot pedal thing going on as well. Okay, so let's get... This is going to be interesting for me to draw, because I have never drawn something like this, but this is a fun challenge. I'll get the beers tonight. Okay. Maybe a little thinner. And then we'll go... Oh, that's, like, really big, though. Okay, we might have to simplify this. How did they simplify it for their emotes? Okay, so they do it like that. So many gradients, I like it. Okay, now we can fix up the inside a little bit more. There's a police car outside my house. Please go away. I didn't do nothing. Not yet, at least. And if I've done anything, it will be in Minecraft, so... Can't really charge me on that one. At least I hope not. Oh, everything's a gradient. I fucked up. There you go. This one, this one. Oh. This needs to be a bit more... like, thinner. It has to get thinner. Oops. I think it's very funny, the more I think about it, the fact that I can really only comfortably do pixel art and vector art. Because those, I feel, are the two main forms of, like, an art style that shows that I'm very anal retentive. Man. I love outing myself on stream. It's great. So I get to control every single pixel. Every vector, every line. That's why I can never do normal rasterized art. And I think, you know what? I think I'm okay with it. I think at the end of the day, I'm okay with the fact that I can't do rasterized, like, normal illustrative art in, like, that, like, normal rasterized way. I just think that's not me. You know what? I just think that's not me. I'm gonna admit it right here and right now. I don't think that's me. That's not me, chat. That's not me. And I might get inspirational spurts every now and again to maybe try it again. But I don't know if that's me. I don't know if that's me. At the end of the day. Let me see. Do they have any other chibis? Like emotes? Not super. Okay, cool. Patience. Duplicate. Please don't lose no faces. One day it's just a line or two. Go high again. N. Shift N, please. Thank you. And then we're gonna do this guy with this color. it's that time of the month. Whoop. Whoop. It is time to post a video on the social media. That is too big. Got it. Oop. Is my cat in her window bed? No, she's forsaken the warm. Damn. Damn. I don't know if my cat's really a cat, chat. I gave her a heated blanket and I put it in the window and she's just not accepted it. Even though she liked it for a second, she was like, nah, not right now. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's meant to be me. I cry less, it's that time of the month. Make it shorter. Shorter! Smaller, I say, smaller. Such a struggle bus to make these so small. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, maybe I need to restart. Shift N. Like, that's a good size, I think. Okay. Yeah, that's like a good size. Oops. And then, womp. And then one more down here. Nope. Down here. Maybe I should do it like this first. That looks like a penis. Noted. Duly noted. I think... yeah, that's better. I'm gonna edit this a little bit, though. No, I don't like it when it's singular. I think this is better. No, it's not. Let's undo this part. All things return to PP. Why? I don't really know. I have arrived. Hello, Devouring. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Just making fan art of people for a little bit before I play Minecraft. Hope you're doing well. That works. I'm downloading the mod pack. I hope it works well for you. If there's problems, please let me know. I'll do a little heart flippy. Shift N. 7, 8. Do 6. I think it goes like this way. Actually, I could just do it like this. For many months. Is there an ATR on when the server will be open? It's already open! Yeah, there's already 2 people on it. But yeah. Yep. She lost her mind over this. Oh, nice. Wait, what? Wait, what? Lost my mind over what? I think I'm perfectly sane right now. Doing pretty good, I think. Looking for till I found her. One leg, both legs. That's what the insane say. Fair? Okay, fair? I think I'm doing okay right now, though. I was just tweaking a little bit last night over it. Hurting, my feet won't go out of bed. Don't know where to go. Or instead with my symptoms. Okay, look for a bit making brekkie. How good brekkie? I need to take the color, this color. A little bit. A little bit. There you go. Now you have Art of Gabby. Oh, this needs to go on top. Art of Gabby 2. And then we hide the mouth. And then it's just Art of Gabby. Save. Now we're gonna go do Crimbo. Crimbombino. Art of Gabby. Crimbobino. Crimbo. When you feel lonely too. Oh my god, no, the shaka. Copy image. My face won't go out of bed. Your soul is a purpley. It is definitely a purpley. What kind of purpley though? I think it's this light purpley. I am Jesus JK. I just have an item that lets me walk on water. Nice. Nice. Love, I love, I love. I love, I love her. You know what needs to go? This reminds me. I have a love playlist. And this song. Where is it? Why was it removed? Why was it removed? No! Okay, well, my day's ruined. I'm kidding, but damn. Sad. This is Crimbo killed. Alright. What's your I think I give you an accent color. Which I think would just be a darker. Yeah, the darker purple. Alrighty. Now what makes you you? Yeah, let's show this lighter purple though. Crimbo 01 had this purple. Maybe we can do the darker purple instead. Let's do this purple, actually. Is that the right one? Just want to make sure. It is, okay. And then we'll make a little bit darker. A little bit more darker. Eyes. It's you! And then I like this. This tattoo is really cool. I'm stuck between, because of this I can't kill, I can't get to them. Hi, Star. Hold on. Bad mobs. Hold on. I don't know what mod they come from. Hold on. Alex's mobs? Let me see if this will work. Where are they? No? Not in Alex's mobs? Oh, they might be in Aquamare. Regardless, I don't want them on. Eel, Torture Soul. Aquaculture? Oh, I could just look it up this way. Which username do you need for Minecraft again? I need your like Mojang username, I think. But if you try to join the server, it'll tell me what username that I should add. So if you want to do it that way, that's also fine. Siren. There's a siren spawning. What are they from? What are the sirens from? Ice and Fire? Maybe? Bad mobs, configure. Manage to kill them, Elaine. That's fine. I just want to reduce their spawn rate because I don't really like them. Yeah, we'll say which vampire asked to come in but was denied. Yes. A, B, C, D. Should be Ice and Fire. Okay. Where the fuck is Ice? Can I not? Do I have to do that in the Ice and Fire configuration? Common mobs, sirens. Sirens max health. Let's make it like 10. I want them to be squishy. Song time 0. 2,400. Oh wait, we want to do 100 songs. Time between songs. Spawn siren chance. Let's make them like 40. 2,400. 2,400. Okay, now that would be very rare. Hopefully that worked for the whole server though. Okay, back to making Quimbo. Quimbop, no. Alright. I feel like eyebrows are a big part of Crimbo's stuff. Let me also grab the little baby Crimbo. Wait, I just saw it. Wait, hold on. This one. Copy image. Oh, it's so big. Do it. Got stuck because I haven't made a stupid stone pick yet, and I only have a wooden one. Valid. Oh, this little tattoo. I could do the tattoo. Let's do the eyebrows. Let's do the eyebrows. I need to open you in another tab so I can see it. Shift N. Oops, Shift N. And then make my brush bigger. And then... Oh! Excuse me. It's kind of big, huh? So like this. I also want to look at it in your most recent reference. Oh, it's more actually. Hold on, I did kind of wrong. Kind of more like this, and like this, and this one's kind of more like here, and then this one is a bit shorter, I'd say. I feel like a little stylist. How do I find the server? It's the same, you just add multiplayer, it's the same IP address. There we go. Here, I'll put torches at my house really quick, hold on. I'd love it if it could stop raining. Where do I find the IP address? I'm looking but feel blind. It is in the new Minecraft channel. It is where Beyond the Barn used to be, right below club activities. It's in bold in the banner, and it's copy and pastable below it. Well, hello, chort. I don't know what a chort is, but hello, nonetheless. Is that the sun? Oh, that is the sun. Oh my god. Hello, rats. These are my friends now. The fuck are these chorts? What the fuck? Realm Arms and Dragons. Huh. Shit, did I hear chort? Yeah, I've what are they? They're supposed to be demons, but I thought the demons only spawned in the nether. That's why I added them. They're talking to each other. What were you expecting? Because I don't know what. Oh, there's a beehive right here. Nest is empty. Use a spawn item to attract bees. There are no bees in this location that will move into the nest. Ooh. Fuck yeah. I start off with a beehive. Let's go. Yeah, I have plenty of trees to move out of my way, but that's not for right now. Right now I'm making fan art. Back to fan art. Oh, goodness. I'm scared. Oh, goodness. Ah, valid. Valid. No. Fortunately, it's not. Can you please say where again where I can find the IP? I got you. Copy message link. Does this work? You can just click that maybe? It's in the main craft, right below club activities where Beyond the Barn used to be. Sorry, that's just what the eyebrows reminded me of. Just a little I think I gotta cut this wing off a little bit though, maybe. I kind of like the wing though. Yeah, I kind of like the wing. I might make this a little bit more sharp. But yeah. Maybe make this inner a little bit sharper. Boop. I got a beetle buddy as a hat. He's so cute. Awesome. Maybe for some reason it didn't auto appear on the channels list. Oh, weird. Maybe it's because of the way I made it. So I made it privately at first so I wouldn't spam everyone in the server, and then I made it public. When you reach your speeches. Should do like the, I kind of want to do the little teeth. Teeth. Tooth. Mouth. Tooth. I give tooth. That's so cute. Little tooth. Give you a little extra teeth, maybe. Give you little teethies. Aw, you look so cute. He's a little guy. Oop. Oop. There you go. Got little teeth. Alright, what's next? Dining, I don't mean to judge. Just why might accidentally die? We have login protection. We have login protection, so when you're logging in, you won't get hurt, I'm pretty sure, unless it doesn't work. Let me make sure. Otherwise... Whoops. I forgot what it's called. But, I mean... That's just the hard knock life of starting in a server that's just started out, you know? I haven't made my house yet. Alright, and then I want to make this little skull. Shift N. Because spawn is just going to be my house. Says the fact that I died when joining. Okay. Well, guess just get better. Just don't die, 5 head. I loaded in dead. Just get better, chat. Be goober, be better. Exactly. That's just... Because, like, there's not much, in my opinion, please correct me if I'm wrong, there's not much I can do about protecting base other than making my house. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not rushing to making my house. My house will come along whenever my house decides to come along. You know? I think I made the eyes too small again. That's better. Can I build a welcome center slightly away from your space? Yeah, as long as it's not on this island. Well, you could build on this island. You could build here. You build there. You could build right here. That is my one. I'll just make a fence. I don't want to make a fence. Fences look silly. Are you okay? Are you jealous? Sit in a tree. I'm gonna sit in a tree. One of those mob torches. Fine. Magnum torch. Is this one better? 64, 128. Okay, this one. There. There. Now there's a special little torch. Okay, thank you. Can I do it in-game? If I can type. The player does not exist. Yeah, I'm good. I have to suffer too. Let me see. Star, can you try to join the server? Because it says your thing doesn't exist. Ye downloading mods right now, no problem. Just when you log in, just let me know, and then I'll probably be like Angie, and then you'll just relog in, and it'll be fine. Are you okay? Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Even struck my smooth criminal. Thank you for the headpats. Let's see, what else should I add? I kind of want to add some of this, like, these cool details, but my brain is like, how? And give them I'm gonna give you, like, a big old belt. That's my plan. I give you a big old belt with spikes. Giving them a special bean. Yes, I'm making Crimbo a special bean. I'm making fan art for a little bit. This is just so that way I don't have an 8-hour stream of me just playing Minecraft. That's really the only reason why I'm doing this. You have this. Make this. That's not really a belt. You have this one. Silver. I feel like this isn't what I should add. Hold on. Let me look at different references. Bam. 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 Scrolling up. Else getting significant lag. Is the server lagging? Ooh, what is happening? Entity failed to handle packet network. I think the server just lagged. It's like the server just lagged really hard. Start getting my hand. Oh, peeps joining the server. Maybe this was very possible. I feel like I want to give Crimbo hair, but milk beans don't really have hair. Like, they have, like, little flippies. Or, like, singular pieces. I give you an ear. Wait, are your ears significant? Are your ears significant? A bit. Milk bean with a wig. I could do a wig. Shift N. I do like humanized ears. Wait, where are they? I forgot how they look on the bean though. Many words that you cannot find, reaching for something in the distance. Ear. Flattened gills, wolf, pals, human. Give me these. Give me these human ears. And then buy. Oh shit. And then buy bean philosophy. Boop. Oh. What? Oop, wrong one. These will be this color. And then actually I might make these X's because Crimbo draws their ear with X's. Can't use the waystone? What do you mean you can't use the waystone? I can use the waystone. Is it because of the plants? I'm gonna break it. Can we break it? Here, let me put another one. Wait, okay. Can you use this one? It worked for me. Today is where your book begins. Spawn protection? We don't have spawn protection. There is no spawn protection. I didn't claim this area. This is just an area. See? No claim. No claim. Is it because you're a ghost? It says you're in ghostly shape. It could be that. Face. Spawn protection is always there? What do you mean it's always there? How can something exist if I don't do it? Did you come pick up your body? And this is not your body. This is... Okay. Oh, you made the chort mad. Look at you made the chort mad. Can't interact while ghost. Yeah, now try to interact with you. You're not a ghost anymore. Come here. There, picked him up. Are you hurting all the villagers of the Milk Club? Come here, Mr. Chort. Over there. Hi, Arch. The Chorts are mad. How you doing? I don't know, it works for me. Wait, let me go into... Yeah, no, it works fine. Okay, try to join. Okay, give me 2 seconds. And I can all whitelist you. Let me just put this over here for a second. Why is it not showing it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, wait, what? Whoop. Okay, I should have added you. Star. What? I don't know what you're talking about, though, bud. Because, like... This technically wasn't the original world spawn. To be fair. Yeah, I'll scoot world spawn. I'll scoot world spawn over here. Set world spawn. So I scooted it. I put it, I think, right here originally. Only odd people can interact within the spawn area. Okay, spawn. Let me turn off spawn protection. How to turn off spawn protection. Actually, we can test this. Star. I need these Chorts to leave. Hey guys, I need you to leave for a little bit, okay? Star, I need you to touch the waypoint. You're over there. Here, come here. Come here. Come here. Alright, I need you to touch that waypoint, Star. It hasn't loaded for me yet? Oh, whoops. Okay, well, it will soon. But when you can, if you could touch the waypoint, that'd be great. And then in the meantime, I will look up why people can't touch it. Six. The built-in spawn protection can be reduced to a 1-block entity. Go to server properties and have the value of protection spawn to 0. No idea what plugins you're using. Game rule spawn protection spawn. Okay. Game rule spawn protection. Underscore pro. Spawn protection isn't off. Spawn radius. I guess. I'd love to join, but my character says otherwise. That's okay. This is a beefy mod pack. I did make quite a beefy mod pack, I will say. Also, should I make Crimbo the skin color? Their skin color? I don't think I did that for anyone, except for, like, Gob and Rat Cousins, because they're animals. And Womble. Yeah, I didn't do that for Archivist. I didn't do that for Halky. Okay, cool. But I want to add green. I feel like Crimbo has green on them. Okay, I lied. It's because you used to have more green with this. And also, you're younger, you had green. Actually, if that isn't working, stop it. Stop it. Go over there. You're in timeout now. If that doesn't work, we can just do this. Edit waypoint. Default, Elaine, global, in-world, global, always visible, world map, location not visible. Visible considered local, world map, global, not visible, but is considered global, always visible. Okay, well, it's on your map. If anything, if the waypoint doesn't work, the waypoint should be on the map. So, and then when you leave, maybe it'll let you teleport here, but then you can't teleport out until later, and I restart the server, probably. I want to do little fingerless gloves. Boop. How do you make fingerless gloves for some things that doesn't have fingers? That's the real question. Okay, maybe not fingerless gloves. I want to add something else, though. Maybe a little belly button. I think a little belly button would be fun. There you go, and I got a little belly button. I might do the hair just cause. Let's do the hair just cause. Because milk beans can break the... Is there a way to cut down an entire tree? Do we not have that mod? Oh, fuck. Fuck, what's it called? Oh, no. Do I not have that mod? Cut down tree mod. God damn it. Okay, hold on. Which one does Homestead have one? Everybody stop. We can't be chopping down trees like it's 2012. Pandas falling trees is on the house. Oh, no, we're not doing that. Hey, Womble, how you doing? How's going outside? Did you have fun going outside? This mod will change the way before modes are available. There's several options in the config. Customize what you want. What is the one that we normally use? I forget which one is the one that we normally use. HT's Tree Chop is the one we normally use. This is for... Yeah, okay. Elaine, it was a hospital appointment. I had a decent time, though. Did you get a treat? Did you go out and get a treat by any chance? Okay, hold on. Wait, is it not compatible with ours? No, it is. Install. Brain thinking hard. Hold on, open folder. Sort Update modified. No, it didn't do it. Name. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. What's it called? Treat, no treat, treat, no treat. Aww. Treat, no treat, treat, no treat. Aww. Yeah, but it was a night train. I went to my uncle's house and stole cigarette after being clean for more. Wombo! I'm gonna smack you on the wrist. I'm smacking you on the wrist. But I'm glad that you went outside. Okay, there's the mod. Why me? Why me? Okay, now it's on the server. I have it. Is there anything else that we're missing? So for right now, we don't have the tree chopping thing. And I'm sorry, because I totally forgot about it. If there's anything else, let me know, though. I'll do, like, a micro update to the server later. Because y'all will be okay chopping down trees normally for a little bit. Let me fix this belly button. I want it. Should I go the other way? Oh, wait, yeah. Boop, boop, boop. Ooh, 5 out of 8. Very nice. Oh, right, I was gonna do the hair. Right, okay. That's what I'm doing. What? Oh. Oh, okay. Never mind, we'll do it like this, okay. I don't know if that word is an example on Twitch, huh? No? I need to look up Crimbo again. Crimbo, come here. Let me look at your hair. Okay, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Like a little beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. And then a beep, beep. And then a beep. And a beep. And for now, and then a beep, beep. Beep, beep. And every night wishing I was next to you. So cold without your touch, practically black and blue. I have to see you, I have to feel you. Our love will never end. Graveyard lover to each other. Deep inside, you know it's right. Yes, tonight. Let me see. Yeah, you got some good mutton chops going on here. Let me just bring them out a little bit more. Go like this. Not gonna lie, you look a little bit like a monkey. But that's okay. I think it's just because of the human ears. So cold, let it down. This be your fate. Self-obsession, damnation, in my way to you. I strip, USA. The waypoint isn't working? Okay, cool, thanks. I will reset the server later. And then I'll probably fix it. On your map, if you press M, is there a little star on your map, though, right here? Right here? There should be, because I made it global. to each other. There isn't a star for me. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Let me recreate the waypoint then. Create waypoint, blah, 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 global confirm. What about that one? What about that one? Tonight. To the city. Marching band. I'll put this one here. The damned. I don't want to give. I have this one. Non-believers. No, I do want this. Purple whips. Maybe I should make them shiny. Are they shiny? They are a little shiny. There we go. Quimbo. I feel like I have to make it look tougher, but like I think the problem is milk beans don't look that tough. Oops. Oops. Okay. There you go. I could make Rainbow's mouth bigger. Delete layer. Maybe that would do it. Welcome back. How are you doing? Okay. Food has been cooked and consumed. Fuck yeah. I'm glad. Trying to draw Quimbo. Sure, will say it's been very interesting. Big ol' whips. I'm gonna fix this one. Fix this one. I think it's because I kind of want to outline them. Okay, okay. Ooh. Or I guess how Crimbo does it is like the outline is one color and the inside's another color, actually. I came back to emo, you did. And then... Oh, Spotify, you okay? There you go. Let's do it like this. Thank you for the lurk, Zach. This will be a little bit lower. Hey V, hi V, how are you doing today? Ow, 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 ow. Rude. My brain. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I think I have. I think it should just be like this. But when mouth closed, how look? I know. New layer. He is a fly. Who is a fly? This one. Oh, BLT. Yes, he is a fry. Okay, so one mouth closed. Oh goodness. Boop. This needs to come down a little bit. Lane has idea. Mouth open. This one. Mouth shift in. This one closed. And then this one open. But that would mean... Okay, have a good stream, busy Bobby lurking. Thank you for the lurk. So then mouth here, and then mouth open like this. Yeah, I think so. Or I can make the mouth rounded, which I'm not entirely opposed. 8. Was no accident. Bloop, 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 bloop. A bit up more. Guardian. Chokehold. Oops. And now we can have tooth. So that's There we go. Okay, so there's the one.
It's pissing me off, SMH. Arts and 34 chaos.
Thank you so much, Ark. I appreciate you. You're helping me keep my lights on here, and that means a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me turn off this tooth. Then I might return this back to this, and then this to this, this to this. I'm sorry, ads be pissing you off, though. I totally get it. But I appreciate you nonetheless. Thank you for the wellness check. Remote kills 2. Looks a little silly, but I think my conniption fit that I'm having mentally is that Crimbo looks really fucking cool. And like he could beat me up. But beans just don't look that way. Beans don't look like they can beat you up, you know? That's just not how the beans work. And so... maybe I did this wrong. Hold on. I'm gonna try one other mouth style. More of a shiv you under your bed kind of bean, yeah. And then... my brain is thinking really hard. So give me 2 seconds. So I think I got an idea. How does baby mouth work? How does pocket Crimbo mouth look like? Okay, it looks like that. Okay, cool. Made the brush too big. And then old mouth, one like this. And then I had tooth. Me 6 feet, so far down. Oh, I locked it. Whoops. Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, because then he just has a bigger lip than most beans, which makes sense because that's like on brand. Wait, I forgot the tooth. Choose file. Yes. Oops. Okay, alright. Redo. File, export. There we go. That's more like Crimbo. I'm happier with that. Alright. It's time. I'm gonna post this on Twitter. Beep, 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 beep. I'm also gonna put it in a Google Drive so people can have them if they want them. Wait, but I didn't make Nahoka. Gabby's wife. Alright, hold on, one more. And then we'll play Minecraft. Hoko Veta. All you wanna know. Be ready to swear right here, right now. Listen, I can't pry lovers away from one another. Even though I really want to play Minecraft right now. And I'm gonna say this once, and I know probably the people playing Minecraft probably aren't listening anymore, which is totally fine. I'm not mad. Honestly, I prefer it because that means you're focusing on Minecraft and playing Minecraft. But thank you for being patient with me. I'm sorry if the server's a bit laggy. I will do my best to fix it, and we'll have a micro update tonight for any of mod fixes or anything that I can add in later on. Thank you. I love you. Have fun. Okay, Nahoka's soul is clearly blue. But I kind of want to do a similar gradient that I did with Gabby's. So they match a bit. Where? I'm still listening. Okay, cool. I'm just saying, I remember when, like, Wacky was playing, and he's like, okay, not listening, playing Minecraft. And I was like, fair. I think all of us are still listening. Okay, fair. Okay, fair. Okay. Alright. I love being proven wrong every time, every day. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. I like it. I genuinely enjoy being proven wrong. Okay. Nahoka has, like, multiple eyes, so we will do multiple eyes. And we will do a gradient, because their skin has a gradient. Even though their skin isn't technically the color of the inside of the milk bean, but I think that's okay, because we're going to have the eyes be the color that I normally do. This is correct. That was correct. There we go. You know I'm always listening. Okay, fair game. Alright. Fair game. They have, like, eyelashes around their eyes, so that's why you can see the eyes better. Fair. Make their lip blue. Oop, that's not their lip. Inside mouth. Mouth open. Mouth purple. I like it. That's not purple. That's not purple. That's blue. Wow, I'm bad at colors. That kind of helped, but kind of didn't help because their eyes are so bright. Okay, so they have one, 2, 3, 8 eyes. So I'm gonna copy this guy. I'm gonna put him on a new layer. I'm gonna paste him. Right. I'm gonna copy and paste. I'm gonna and paste. Yeah, there we go. This is our first multi-eyed VTuber. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's kind of sick though. I can only do 4. Wait, I could do like tiny ones. I might have to give them like an outside color of just something slightly different. Merge down. Yeah. Nope, nope, Helene, wrong button. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna blur it. Or not. Just do the, like an outline. Yeah. There you go. Boop, boop. Boop. I'm in looking for someone who leaves me, love me all night long. Can't believe they removed the other song that I like from Spotify. Oh, that makes me so sad. Cause like, it's such a good song. But I understand it was like a remix, so it might have had like copyright issues. But like, god damn it, why won't the music industry let me be happy? Unless they re-uploaded it, they could have. I doubt they did though. Oh, they did, I think. Add to queue. That's better. And boop, boop. Can I just do a stroke? Oh, have you been all my life? All my life. There's the thing for the stroke it. Open group, new, convert to. So properties, frame properties, delete, playback, jump, covers, brain, select. How do I stroke in this thing? Is it one of you guys? How do you stroke in this thing? How to stroke in Sprite. Edit FX. Edit stroke. Very close. Edit stroke. Okay, I'll just fix it manually then. Boop, boop. Am I on top? Mouth is on top. That's crazy. Let me turn the mouth off. This one doesn't have the little really pretty opera voice in it though. Can't have shit. It doesn't hit the same. Because this one is... Let me try this one. Because I'm presuming it was just taken off of Spotify. And now it's so sad. Why would they do this? Maybe. Maybe. This one actually has a string. No, it doesn't. Fuck. I'm so upset. Okay, hold on. Is it because they have their own version? Oh. Alina K. I'm so upset, guys. Why would they take this off of Spotify? Alright, that's okay. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, fuck. Oh, there. Alright, now we got Nahoka's eyes. She has like 50 other eyes, but that's not super the point right now. We gotta do the horns. How do I do horns? We just make them a solid color. Yeah, okay, cool. I'll use this one. Shift N. Is that what her horns look like? Yeah. When looking at them in, or well, I guess a side profile, they're more like loose S shapes. They're a little chonkier than that, though. Oops. Oh, yeah. There we go. Oops. No, give. Horn 1, horn 2. 2 baby horns. I want to see if the comm that I requested got approved. My requests. Pending. Ow! I'm okay. Do I make them? So everybody gets solid color horns. Yeah, I think. I think the problem is not that they're like that. I think it's the fact that the outline is too thin. Because Nahoka has pretty big horns. Nahoka also has this thingy. This thingy in her head. Trying to see what else they have that is unique to them. Eyes. Pin. Maybe we could draw some tentacles. Tentacles. Eyes, horns, pin. Pin is like this color. Shift N. It's like the color of their eyeball. That's not a circle. New bean. Yes, I'm making a new bean. Making fan art because every month the bean blind box will contain VTubers, and I'm getting ahead of that by drawing fan art of other VTubers. 2 birds with 1 stone. I get to have VTubers already drawn for my blind box, and I get to do fan art for people. 2 for 1. Is this? That's like right. And then they have a little raised bit here. Here. Oh my god, yeah, the blind boxes are just silly little things that I'll do thematically each month, so that way I just have something else to do that'll, like, kind of keep me to a timeline. And then, oh, this needs to go, like, through here, though. And then, as a little fun treat, I add VTubers to them, because I think that's fun, and it's on brand, because I highlight a lot of I highlight a lot of other VTubers on my channel, so I just thought it was kind of on brand to do other VTubers. And then, oh, they have ears. They have elf ears. Oh my god, how did I miss that? Boop. Who's got elf ears? Someone give me your elf ears. I think I'm going to steal. Wait, what kind of ears? They're like, oh, I can't steal them. They're actually much different shaped. Never mind. Shift N, this one. Beauty never ever scares me. Okay, so their ears are kind of like whomp. So kind of like whomp. And then they kind of go back up and like that, I think. Kind of, but no. Kind of more like this. It's an awfully big ear, though. So let's make it a bit smaller. Also, another thing I noticed that I fucked up. That I will just delete them because I want to redo them. Okay. So they kind of go a little bit lower than here because we want room for the thing, and they go like this. Yeah. They go out here because, yeah, that's where they connect. I did make it a little thin, though. And this will go here. Take their skin color. And then I think I sometimes do it inline. Yes, I do. Boop, 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 boop. And go below. I feel like I'm doing their ear wrong. Yeah, I am a little bit. It kind of goes like this, and it kind of curves down like that. Which means it goes up, and then goes down, and then goes back up. Okay, maybe I do want to make this all like a little bit thinner. Does he? Let's compare this with my. Pin is communication. Where whether it's monogamous or is something that makes you Make horns a solid color, though. Do I just want to make them a solid color? Do I just want to make them this color? You can't see them, though. Because usually they're the accent color. And the accent color of the eyes is usually a slightly darker form of the body. Yeah. And then this would have this as the ears. Go a little bit darker. Yeah, I think I like that more. Yeah, and then duplicate. Here is something new. I can't spell. I can't spell. No! No. Never come to Elaine for advice. Elaine will just spell check everything wrong. Cries. I want these all to be one color, please. Boop, boop, boop. I know her eyes are technically brighter than this, but maybe I should just make them super bright. It's not bright enough. I can't see. Ooh, ah, fuck. I think that works. I don't really want to do outlines around the eyes because, like, I think it'll make it look weird. I could also just make their eyes darker and just more saturated. They do have that in their eyes as well. Let me look at more of their art. You're a symphony. Oh, that's interesting. That's cool. Maybe we'll make it more saturated. Like this color. Gimme, gimme. Or not. Oh, I think the other color was better. Even though it's kind of hard to see. So is this color really that hard to see on this color? Or am I just bad at color picking? Because I feel like it could be the latter, you know? Oops. Get away. This one gradient. Oop. Reselect. I could make this like a little bit darker. I think I really like the first color you were using. The light ones are really hard to see. What about this though? But that's like not her skin tone though. The first ones. I don't remember what the first ones were. But let me... What color is this one using? Because it's like a little goob. It's a little goober. Our skin tone's like a little bit darker, I think. Yeah, I think this is good. There you go. Now we can see. I think the one you have now is similar to the earlier one. This one also works, so this is the eye color that they have here. Their hands are also kind of... Oh my god. I don't know why, but like I'm touching like a part of my face and it feels weird. Okay, so let's do this color and then this color. And I want to try Shift N. I can't see it because I'm super duper dumb. Select, reselect. And then if I go here, nope, not to that layer. No, I am not. There we go. Now they have like the slightly off colored hands. Oh. Select inverse. New. Okay, and then the eyes, and then the leggies, and the leggies are all good, and now... I'm gonna be honest, I feel like they could use with, like, the dark outline. I don't often make beans with dark outlines, but I think... Yeah, it, like, matches their vibe better. I don't think I should use solid black, though. I don't tend to like using solid black. Yeah, that matches them a lot better. Do I want them? No, I don't. No, I do not. Okay, now we do the hairpin. They also have a orb in the back of their head, which is cool. We just shared a bed. How do we go? Oh, that's the arm. Okay, cool. Delete. And then the circle. Up. And I'm done streaming for the night. We can schedule time soon, not the word schedule. Let's see. Yeah. Pretend. Do I give them a different tail as well? I don't want to. I'm just gonna do the hairpin. Yep. Oop. Nope. I've been more I guess it's because it's been drier. I was like, damn, I've been kind of coffee lately. And it's probably just because it's been so dry. How do I put this in their head? Because they have, like, small head. Oh, why did I put them all on the same layer, chat? Why am I a goober? Tell me. Merge down. I like really want this to be rotated, but I don't know how I'm gonna feel about it. Oh. Give, delete, shift N, paste. There we go. The only downside I will say to working in a program like this is that I'm so not used to it. Cause like the hotkeys for Asprite versus like literally any other program is very different in my opinion. Wish me luck. I'm rating them all. Zomboid. Good luck, Vexed. I believe in you. How do I want to do this? Oh, they do like a little... Boop. Not like that. Not like that. Rough. I feel like I should add eyelashes because they're like a pretty little... They're a pretty little eldritch thing. So I'm gonna add a little bit of eyelash. I've been very addicted to adding eyelashes to beans today. I don't really know why, but I think it's just a cute little addition. Somewhat anal as well, but you know, we don't need to talk about that part. There. Oh my god, I was trying to do the slang, like the text form of hit you up, like DM someone, but like my brain like typed it out and I was like, is that even a thing? I know it's a thing. I think. Isn't it a thing? I'm pretty sure my friend Body has like typed that, but maybe not. Maybe it's just been talked to you later. I don't know. I think I'm getting old. I'm getting old or I'm getting demented. Could be either or at this point. I could have sworn there was one for hit you up. What the fuck is... I have the internet. What is the slang for hit you up. HMU, thank you. God damn it. But like, there isn't one for the opposite, right? Hit you up. There's just hit me up, right? I think there's just one for hit me up, not like the vice versa. Because I was trying to use it in the context of like, oh, I'll hit you up. I don't like this phrase anymore. I'm not using it anymore. Well, they need it for their other eyes too. Shift N. Oh. Beep beep. You can't see that. Okay. Wait. There you go. That's pretty good. Are their lips shiny? I bet they are. No, they're not. Okay, cool. They have teeth, though. They have teeth, though. I need to draw them teeth. Oh, Lord, I just got to the mall itself. There are so many in there. You got this, Vexed. I'm gonna say, Vex, I love you playing Project Zomboid and giving me updates while you stream. I feel like I'm, like, getting a survivor's log, like, live action. It's kind of fun. Okay, there we go. So we have Nahoko Veta 2. And then Nahoko Veta... Export, save. I can't ignore. Okay. Now I can put it in a Google Drive, and now I can post about it on the internet. New folder, milk beans. I'll put everybody in here. Except I don't want to put the Asprite file in here. Where is it? This one. There you go. Now I have the little repertoire of them. Should I put them on a thing? I should probably make them presentable instead of just posting them, huh? Ooh, I have an idea. I want to use art that Choco gave me. Choco. Did Choco send it to me? I don't remember. Ah, there it is. Copy image. Do I have... Where's my milk bean folder? It's this one. I want to use this one. Chat mascot. I think it's this one. There we go. I wish it would load everything that's in these, but it doesn't want to. Save as, save. There we go. This is the references. These are the sketches. This was the original set. This is the initial idea. So I will put this in here. So not the bottom. This is fan art. Fan art. Walk, off, on. Milk, bean. Hi! Hi, Lady Ace. How are you? Welcome on in. Lovely to see you. Thank you for the check-in. Thank you for the boop. Chibi by Choco Senpai. What's Choco's handle? Choco Senpai. There we go. Just want to get her handle right. By at. Ooh. I'm doing okay. I'm just vibing because I was bored. Understandable. I'm sorry you were bored though. I'm sorry you were bored, but I hope I can quell your boredom at least a little bit here. I'm just doing a little bean thing. This text. That shit's gonna make me mad. The only thing that's gonna make me mad about this program is the fact that it decides that's like, oh, I'm just not gonna keep the tool placement where you thought you wanted the tool to be placed. Oh, wait, what? What? Oh. Let me get this. I just finished eating dinner. Now I'm watching a Thanksgiving movie. It's Charlie Brown. Oh shit, nice. But it's only the start of It's only the start of November though. Oh, a little bit early. A little bit early to be watching a Thanksgiving movie. It's gonna be white again. Base, okay. And then I'm gonna add everyone that I made today. Custom bean. Wait inside. Crimbo. Nahoka. I want the one with the teeth. And Sachiko. Is that all the ones I made today? Sword to date. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I made 5 today. People are celebrating Christmas early. Okay, fair, you got me. Fair game. We'll do it in order. I did this one. And this one. I might make this a square instead of a rectangle. This one. Right inside. Hide our mind. Okay, so this goes in here. And now I'm gonna take this. Not that. Yeesh. Corner. These days. Oop. Oh my god, please. I wanna scoot me a little bit more in the corner. Lock that for now. Alright, it was Sachiko first. And I forgot the title. Milk Bean fan art. Honestly, I kind of want to use this font that I use, because last night I was, maybe it's fine. Back behind it. Crimbo, Yomi, Sachiko. On your way out now. Yeah. Yeah, 5's a good amount, actually. I kind of want a more of like a bolder font. Let's just do this one. arena versions of your favorite. Of your fave people. Of my fave people. Of people I think are cool. Neat? I like neat. I like the word neat. People that I think are neat. Yeah, I like that. And then we need this, beans. I like making fan art. Fan art's fun. Alright, and this is at Sachiko. Oh god. I can't click it. Okay, I have to blow my screen around really quick. Sachiko. I like Sachiko's name. Just fun to say. Sachiko. And then this one. Just at Yomale. Where is the center of this? Tell me. It's right there. There you go. Crimbo. Oh, this is not centered anymore, though. Okay, cool. These words should be centered. All of them. Centered, okay. Where? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna make markers. Okay. Cool. And okay. And Art of Gabby. And then Ohoko. Oops. Quick expiration, PNG selection only. Export. Downloads. Save. Okie dokie. Fan art. Bean art. For playing on our new. Nah. Fun little bean versions. Cool peeps. At Sachiko. Actually, yeah, I'll just discard post. Yomi. Crimbo. Art of Gabby. Nahoko. Now, share. Anyone with like. Includes a mouth closed and open. Sachiko. Yomi. Oh, do I need to type Crimbo? Crimbomino. Lord Crimbomino. And then Ahoka. This one. I don't know if it'll nuke me, so I'm just going to put it in an additional comment. Okay. Fuck yeah, Minecraft time. Think I stalled for long enough, chat? Is a 6-hour stream of Minecraft gonna be short enough? Okay, I have stalled long enough. It's time. Oh god, okay. Oh, touch my back. Bet you will still go for 8 hours? If I don't get bored by 8 hours, Pixels, we gotta have a talk. Because that'd be actually insane. I swore I'd seen you before. Come here, BLT. I swore I... Okay. Gamer audio, music and sounds on. Might be too loud, but that's okay. Okay. Oop, okay. Oh, these rats. My rats. Rats. Oh, wait. I have to delete stuff out of my inventory. Boop. 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 What? Stop giving me the adventurer's backpack, bro. Oh. Jeez, I really riled up that horde. Wink. Alright, I'm gonna cut down some trees. I will say I will cry because we don't have the chopping tree thing. Do I have to break blocks twice consistently? Server is a little laggy. Let me see. If I'm gonna be checking this, I need to be in the right position because I'm 500 ticks behind. Okay. Honestly, don't know why it's lagging a little bit, but I think we'll be okay. I had a crafting table, didn't I? Or maybe I didn't. Boop, boop, boop. I need to make a bed. So I decided to play right as winter's coming. Or not winter, nighttime. DM sim. Look over the server to see what... An overall health check. Okay. Hello? Why? There's a tree I was chopping down. It's this one. Alright, tree. Oh, it's not gonna fall over because it's connected to another tree. Okay, wait, no, maybe I shouldn't actually check the server. Stopping profile downloading results. Please wait. An error code was uploading attempt profiler data written to home container you can view. Maybe that's Sim looking at it. Would you like a hat? I have a lot. I would love a hat. Step away from this. Oh, why didn't it all break? Oh, don't suck up my stuff yet, Dark Mage. Okay, cool. Okay, what tree is it connected to now? I think it's connected to this one. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I like this little sparkly effect to pick up stuff. I'm just gonna... That'll be fine. That's just how it be sometimes. It's just gonna be a little laggy. That's just how it is. I do need to... This one. There we go. Oh, things are breaking around me. Where's all my loot? There you go. Now it's... God damn it, these trees. I need a bed. Are there any sheep around? Are there any sheep? There's a monster hunter over there. Skeleton horse. No, okay. Fuck. Is there a panda? Is that a... Do I see a panda? No? I thought I saw a panda. No, there is a panda. It's right there. What the fuck is a panda? Was there a panda over there? Oh, fuck. How am I gonna survive nighttime? Oh, I should have procrastinated just a little bit longer. Is there a panda over here? Uma the Toasty. Oh, hello, Uma the Toasty. Fill me up. Shall we be immersive? I think we should be immersive. Where's the little friends? I felt like a motherfucker to get the hardware store and there was fuck all. Rip. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm probably gonna die doing this, but that's okay. Oh, something shiny next to me. A bed! From where? Oh, thank you, Fruit Bet. Thank you, Fruit. Oh, I like your little bug. Your little bug is so cute. Thank you. Now I won't die. Give, please, 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 please. I want it. 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 I want that one. I had that in our first server. I want it, please. Unless you want it, then that's also fine. Oh, yes. Let me have it. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't see. Yes. Yes! I am Finn. I am Finn now from Adventure Time. Yippee. And there's a box. Oh, you got the noise. Cool. Do you want these back? The rest of them back. I realize I probably should turn on the thing that I have on the server. Game. Next. Microphone next. Let me push to talk. Push to talk. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. No problem. I just want the Adventure Time one. There you go. Oop. Pick some up again. There you go. I think you can stack them, technically. You can stack the hats. There you go. Oh, thank you. I can see now. Oh my god, fruit bat, you're so helpful. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, where I gotta go put my bed over here. Bonk. Oh, I need to set the player amount to be... How many people are on the server? Half. Rule sleep. What is it called? Change sleep percentage. Okay, you are loud. I need to turn you down. Okay. Game role player sleep percentage. Okay. Game rule sleep. What? Player sleep percentage 50. So now it should say no. What? How do I make it half? How do I make it half? About 0 to 100. Value 50. The game roll 0 for 100. 70 50. I mean half the players. Yeah, game replacement 50. But it's asking for 4. Okay. I guess. Also, I realize if I'm gonna have this torch here, I'm gonna be at an advantage and no mobs are gonna spawn around me until I make a home. Which I feel like is a little bit like cheating, if I'm honest. I don't know how I feel about it now. I gotta think about that now. Round and round, round and round and round and round and round and... Should have gone to the... I should have... Okay, you know what? I need to go to the restroom really quick. So I'm gonna be right back. And then we'll continue Minecraft. Because I gotta use the bathroom really bad. Be right back. Alright, I'm back and I'm ready to grind Minecraft. What's happening? Okay. Oh, I got bamboozled. Okay. Alright. Time to go back to the craft. I'm wondering something though. I see something on the floor. What is this? It is a sapling. Welcome back, thank you. Be careful to watch for the dark mage or he'll eat all your hats. Is this something I have to do on the server, maybe? Let me check. Green roll is now set to 50. Okay, so now if I go to sleep, it should say 2. It still says 4! Woo! Okay, whatever. 4. It still says 4. I don't know why it still says 4 when I set it to half, but whatever, I guess. It's not like I need to sleep personally because I'm in a very safe location. So, did I turn everything back on? I did, okay. Just wanted to make sure. Put this in here. Need this dirt. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. I'm gonna finish cutting down this tree. Boop. Give. Beep. Give me all my saplings. Whoa. What happened to the server? What happened to this? No, bro. Sits quietly. No, if the server restarts, everybody has to get the HT tree chopping mod. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Stop. Okay, no, I'll disable it. I'll just disable it. Where is it? I can disable it for now, and then later, when I go to restart the server again later, I could turn it back on. Because not everybody's gonna have it, because it's not gonna be in the update. I'm sorry. Teehee. Teehee, disable. Okay, that's disabled. And then I have to disable it in mine. Because it's not in the thing. And then now I can start it. Going to run all my garbage collection. Every 2 seconds. Every 2 seconds? Okay. Hold on. File manager. I forgot. What was the garbage thing that we got? We got a garbage thing for the server. Okay. Interesting. That's why it's lagging. Alright, I'm starting it again. Well. Teehee. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted music and sound. I want music to be off. Because we have our own music. You know what we haven't done in a while, though? While we're waiting for that to start again. Sorry about that. We haven't done Food Guesser in a while. Where is it? Food Guesser. Oh, shit. Is this a meat pie? A meat pie, I feel like, comes from the UK. Worcestershire sauce. United Kingdom. What's up, Vex? Don't look. Oh, what are these? Rice, Jimka, bamboo shoots, dried shrimp, China? Yay! That is beautiful. The picture of the meat pie. I'll save it for you. I'll go back and I'll save it for you. This is also China, I think. They're like ice cold. Wait, is this not orange chicken? Chicken, cornstarch, ace. This dish is a bite-sized Caesar sturdy creature, sweet and tangy flavor. Does sweet and spicy chicken not come from China? 15,000, still got it. God damn, Vex. I'm sorry I haven't been doing it daily. It doesn't? Does it come from India? No, that's orange chicken. That's Chinese American. Oh. Oh. Damn. Fuck. Wait, can I go back? Wait, can I go back and look at our daily? Wait, sign in. I thought I was signed in. Verify you're human. Aw. Steak pie. I'm sure I can find the image of it. I bet it's the Wikipedia pictures. It's always the Wikipedia pictures. Wikipedia. Steak pie. Yeah, look. Steak pie. And go pixels. Let me see. I mean, this sincerely you can on it. Okay. 8 out of 10 played off. Oh shit, wait, what's played off? God damn, you're just speedrunning this, aren't you? What's the command for the plushies again? For this one, it's BB set 2. I should put that in the... Hold on, I can put that in the... I probably would be smart to put in the thing. Thank you, of course. Edit panels. BB set 2. BB set, I do hashtag. That's not a hashtag, Elaine. Equal current box set. You know what plushies you have. I am. Okay. Played off. Minstrel de Pane or this one? I think this one. Yes. Okay, wait. What did Vex get? 8 out of 10. Rocky Road! Ooh, shit. This is Australian Rocky Road, though. Versus Georgia's Chashushuli. Shit, Chashushuli sounds really good, though. I'm gonna go Chashushuli. Yes. K-Mac or boat noodles? Boat noodles. Fuck yeah. Okay. Kariga or Tepsi by Tin. I think it's gonna be this one. Yes, we're going with the stews. We're going with the soup. Oh. Fuck. Okay, valid. Oh, I didn't mean to, but I would have still agreed that it was that one. This one looks more appetizing. What this game? This is played off. You have to guess which one people liked more. Tribes a la mode de Cayenne, or I think it's gonna be the left one. It wasn't. Oh my god. I can't get any more wrong. Escargot or ramen salad, bro? This is not fair. These both look bad. Escargot. Oh no, I got 7 out of 10, didn't I? Not if I get this one wrong. I want this one. Damn it, Vexed. Damn it, Vexed. There's only one time where I will be as good as Vexed. Observable. How do I use observable? Mods. Observable. See what's lagging your world. Really? Escargot? Apparently. Observable. Minecraft. Oh, I need to make a hotkey for it, right? This is the greener, the more people like it. I was thinking, how was I thinking? I was just thinking, like, general, if it looks better. Okay, controls, keybinds, category, observable, not bound. 9. Control 9? Alt 9. What about the minus key? Okay. Minus. Current non-issue. Why is this crash report? The non-issue Colton does something in order or yes. I don't know how this works. Does the wiki tell me? Oh, right. I was gonna see if this could work with... No, it doesn't. Okay. It's fine. Shoot the lights out. Hot till it's bright out. Oh, just on a lonely night. So you willing to say... Rats? I ran observables. I can lower spawn chance of the first. Oh, I can lower the spawn chance first 3. That help? What does this mean? Copy. I don't know what that means. How's the server doing in general though? If I chop down a tree. Oh. I take 72 UST. Very cool. I didn't do anything. Too short. Cool, it's still lagging. It's not that bad though. And picking up items isn't that laggy. Do I want to flatten it down? I think I want to... Where's Star Building? Star's Building over there. I think I could... I think lowering it would be best. Interesting. I feel like it shouldn't be the worst. Let me see how the server's doing really quick. Except I'm not clicking on the wrong thing. Wrong tab. Wrong tab. Interesting. Okay. I forgot where I'm building. Okay, I'm building over here. Hello, Mr. Rat. I don't have any milk for you right now. I don't even have any cows yet, so I have to wait a little while. Oops. Keep. Oh, I got wheat seeds, which I need to use because I need food. Boop, boop, boop. Why block sparkle? It's a pickup notifier. So if there's something on the ground that's like a loot, it'll sparkle. I think it's the pickup notifier mod. Or is it? Yeah, pickup notifier. I can make it less, I think. Combine entries, display time, fade away, move out of screen, move time back. Experience value for a client. I think that'll fix it. That might just be a me thing, though. That's just a me thing. I kind of want it on. I think it's like a client-side thing, the pickup notifier. So, like, if you personally don't want it, you don't have to have it. Yes, Mr. Rat, where are you? Hi, Rubat. Dang it. Ooh. Meat! Oh my god, where'd you get meat from? Oh my god. I will not starve. What is this? Radish seeds and snowbell seeds. What do snowbell seeds do? Yum, 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 yum. Boop, boop. Where's this rat? Over here, this one? I'm sorry. Oh, come here. Stop. I'm sorry. Whispers in the meat. What the fuck? Oh, wait, no, I want to plant those. What's this? A wild berry? Alright, I want to plant stuff. I'll plant stuff over here. Because I'm lazy. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Boop, boop. There. Oh, onions. Oh, it's a carrot. I thought it was onions. They look similar, the wild plants that are onions versus carrots. Ooh, I have a silver carrot. Oh, wait. Oh, that's cool. A little eating animation. Man. Bonk. Oh my god, just when I said bonk. Hello, Canadian. I hope we're doing well today. Hi, hi. Bonk. Okay, keep. Well, my Winnebago. I have to run the observables thing again. Because I feel like I'm not really doing it right. Let me look at it. Max entity distance, max number of enemies, normalized results. I don't know how am I supposed to read this. How am I supposed to read this? Does it say how you're supposed to read this? Wiki. To get started with the mod, the current default is R. I'm still working on this. Ask me a question. Download inside mainstream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 1 profile size. No, you can change your profile to 5 to 60 seconds by scrolling anywhere in the window. In the future, potentially running a new FPS profile for display duration. Unfortunately, I'm still working. Check out the run profile sampler. I'm doing all right. About to head back to class, but I want to at least come out to lurk to say hi. Thank you for the lurk and saying hello. It means a lot to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Give. Bloop, 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 bloop. Give. Give. Thank you. Art of Gabby, thank you for the follow. Oh, hi! It's you! I made art of you earlier today. How you doing? Come on in. Just playing some Minecraft. So please hurry, leave me. Bloop, bloop. Give. I could have sworn I was following. Hi, hi. It's okay. Hi, hi. Oh, come on in. I hope you're doing well. Let me make sure I'm following you. These are the beautiful beads. Of course. I am. Okay, cool. Of course. The last one I did technically was Crimbo, but then, like, I did yours, and then I did Crimbo's, and I was like, wait a second. I gotta do your wife. And so I did Nahoko as well. I'm gonna clear up this area over here first. I hope you're having a wonderful day, though. Also, I love your art and your content. I was gonna say cards, but that doesn't make sense. And I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope life is being awesome for you. Yes, my green whole wife. Yes, yes, Nahoko, very cool. Oh my broke. It's gone. Maybe I should go find some stone. I should go find some. Oops. I should go find some stone. It is raining very heavy outside right now. Boop. It has been great. And what the hell? I love your content. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that means a lot. Thank you. I plan to do a video, a V highlight video on you and Nahoko soon. Soon. There's so many people. Which is a pretty good sign. That's because of the world generation. Aren't people going out far? Okay. Tell me don't so I can go back. But it means a lot that you would stop by. I thought you were gonna say my cock. And I thought, oh my goodness, so far. I didn't know you had one of those, but fair game. Was that a deer? Hello, Mr. Deer. Hello. So short, I can't really see him. I need stone. Need stone. I'm gonna steal stone from. Oops. Steal stone from this. But thank you. Oh, loot. I'm sick. I cry at happiness. Don't cry. Don't cry. I just do things because I think people are cool. And if you're crying at all, it should be you be like, oh my god, I'm crying because I'm so cool. Oh, I got poo. I got poo in this box. Alright, loot. And I was like, it. Also, this water is poo as well. What's this? Cotton. I don't think I need cotton right now. I need stone. What are these, raspberries? Well, canonically, I don't have one, but I have the biggest PP in all the lands. I believe it. I think the thing is you don't have to it's a metaphysical thing. I think it's a mindset, you know? I think having big dick energy is totally fair. Like, also, like, having small dick energy is fair. I think that the same goes for having small booby energy. Small booby and big booby energy. It's a mindset. Oh, I found a ferret. Oh my god, he's so cute. It's a little albino ferret. Do you want to be friends? Oh my god, critters and companions. How do I make you my friend? I want you to be my friend. How do I make you my friend? Critters and companions, Minecraft. How do I make it my friend? How do I make it my friend? Ferret spawns in plains. Can be tamed with raw rabbit. I don't have any rabbit. Okay, well, I know that... Okay, well, he's gone. Exactly, that's what not a lot of people understand. Just like an amazing... like, the amazing pet president said, Daddy's a state of... Exactly. What is this? It's an owl. He's sleeping. Whoa, that's cool. But yeah, honestly, I think it's a mindset. And you gotta overcome the mindset. The mindset that it's a physical thing. It's a metaphysical thing. And then once you get past the fact that it's a metaphysical thing, nothing can stop you. And then you can adapt, overcome, and persevere because nothing can stop you from being whatever you want to be. I don't know where stone is. Salmon berries. Ooh, stone. I just need a little bit. I don't need a lot. I just need a little bit. Just need a little bit. Give. So we should just let it level out. Question mark? Bonk. What is that? What the fuck is this? What is this? A red hydrangea? I want this. You don't need people to have a bigger PP than most of the people on this planet. Yeah, it's a mindset. It's on God. I think it's a mindset. Just like I can have big tit and small penis energy at the same time. Wait, how many blocks do I have? 3, 4, 5? Okay. That's enough. I just want to have enough to make some... Oh, whoa! There was a ravine right here. There was a ravine right here. I didn't notice. Wait, there's a... What the fuck? Wait, there's a ravine at the back of my house? What? What? Excuse me? No, literally, there's just a ravine right next to my... Oh, this is not next to my house, but there's a ravine here. Oh, okay. I love that little nodding emote. That's very cute. I'll create a waypoint. Ravine. Create waypoint. Ravine. Okay. There's bluegill in them waters. It's a brown trout as well. Wee, wee, wee. I'll go home. Make an axe. Maybe I should not be a goblin. Are cyclops aggro mobs? Yes. I think so. Yeah, I was looking for years for someone that makes a nodding emote. When I saw it, I had a yoink. That's how it be with emotes. That's how I felt when Womble had this dance emote, and I was like, I need it. I need it. Axe, and then I can make. I understand. People need to understand how aggressively I agree with. That's fair. That's fair. Emotes are a great form of self-expression, in my opinion. Shovel. Boop. Suck. I would also grab. Womble's great. Womble makes amazing emotes. They have one that they made where it's like a little chomp, and I also want to get one of those someday. But the curse of having so many emotes is that, like, which is, like, my biggest downfall is I have so many emotes, I don't have enough Twitch slots. That's my only cry, is that I don't have enough Twitch emote slots. Like, just give me, Twitch should just give people just, like, 100. Maybe not 100, but, like, they should give us more. I want more. But I guess alternatively, you could upload them to 7TV, because quite a few people have 7TV. If you don't know what 7TV is, 7TV is like a plugin for Twitch to have other emotes. Also, this is not... I keep doing this thing where I'm like control mouse wheeling because I've been playing Core Keeper a lot. If I break this, will it let me keep the oak nest? I hope so. Give. Yes! I did. Yippee. Ooh, look at all these seeds. Ooh, more snow blossom seeds? Snow something seeds? Give. Boop. Boop. That's the pain of making my own emotes. I think of so many and make them and they just collect dust on Discord. And then like also sorry. Dead. Also, if you like decide that like, oh, there's this one thing about my VTuber I want to change, like either you're fluffier or you have an ahoge or your eye color changes, then you want to redo your emotes and then you have a whole other set of emotes and just love it. Yes, the alternative is force load all the chunks while people are offline. We'll generate 30,000 chunks around spawn, so will not happen when people are playing for reference. That's 5,000. So... I gotta go plant. Why is it my turn to and enjoy the conversation? I did enjoy the conversation. I did so much today already. Yeah, dude. If you're done with classes, just rest your tired brain. I have hydrangeas. Now, legit, with my rebrand, I have to slowly replace them all. Like, I plan to re-debut, and I think my art style is a bit different than our original emotes, or, like, the vibe is just different, and so it's like, well, do I just redo all my emotes? But I'm not. Maybe? I'm still, like, on the fence of whether I want to do that or not, personally, because I'm like, I could redo them all. Except for, like, the animated ones that I really like, but it's like, I don't know. Around spawn be good. Rest had brains. I already forgot what I'm doing. Pog. The lag makes it so you have to eat for so long. But I like the, I don't know why, but I like the Minecraft eating noise. Is that loud? That wasn't too loud. Okay, cool. Actually, it might be kind of quiet now that I look at it. Let's do it like this. Like, I should be doing more coding, figure it out, an automated system for AI cars to avoid obstacles near them, but I can do that tomorrow morning. It's fine. Is it due, like, tomorrow afternoon? But I say there's nothing wrong with taking a break. Like, understandably, you definitely could, with your genius, like, figure it out right now, but, like, is there a point in doing that, like, right now? Or is it, like, might as well take a 30-minute break, feel refreshed, and then do it in an hour kind of thing? It's a very tall side of my little island. Maybe I'll just keep it this tall. Maybe I'll make, like, a cave into it or something. Waiting here above you patiently, just like a shining moon. Okay, I have learned, for those of you that are on the server right now, which I think is only, yeah, it's only a few of us, The world is only lagging because it's doing world generation, but other than that, once that level is out, we're gonna have a smooth time. This is doing like 2 weeks, and I could figure it out and code it within an hour or so, but brain is tired, the wrinkles aren't wrinkling. Then just do it later, fuck it. We'll play a video game or something. Go eat a snack. Go, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I was gonna say go jork your panini, but that's not the vibe here. We're just playing Minecraft. We're not. No paninits. Boop. Eternally. Oh, also PSA. Now that it's November, don't participate in No Nut November. I swear to God, if any of you do. I'll do literally nothing other than be disappointed. I go eat a snack and rest up if you really feel like you need to do it. Yeah. Especially for you in chat that are neurodivergent. Taking a nap or a break from things is actually really good for your brain. It's like a little manual reset. And it's good for you. And if you're like, but Elena, I can't nap in 30 minutes, that's fair. But resting for 30 minutes regardless. Resting is resting. And you'll still recoup. Are these grapes? Oh my god, I have so many good fruits. Good food. Good fruits. Which is the stars? What's the sign? Insert filtered. Why are you so small? Me small? Oh, me small because me goblin. Me goblin race. Me goblin race for no reason other than I just like being a goblin and I like being small. Though I will say it does give me a small headache because I'm so small, but meh. Well, I would now, but I'm on a camera in class, so they would see me snoozing and my glasses affect what's on my main monitor, so I can't game. Damn. So I get to be sneaky and put you on the third monitor so no one knows. Yippee! Yeah, snacks ain't bad. If they're like, where'd you go? I was like, I'm grabbing water. Or you could be even funnier and be like, my goldfish drowned. I had to check on him. He was, I think he was drowning. Yeah, snack be good. But yeah, or you could just tune out the class. That's what I would do sometimes. I would just like hang out and then I would just sometimes like in class when I would be like ahead of the class or something, I would just kind of chill. I'd talk to my friends on like DM my friends on Discord. I'd work on something else. If I was like something else makes me more excited to work on it, I'd work on that instead. When they make you keep the camera on. I'm glad I'm not in college anymore in the case of like, oh, we gotta have your camera on. I don't think my school though made us have our cameras on, but it's still a thing where it's kind of like bleh. Work definitely tried to when I had a like a full-time job. Dude, when I had online classes, I used to eat meals during class while taking notes, legit munching on mashed potatoes. Fuck yeah, we love mashed potatoes, but that's just how it be. Like, and I feel like if your teacher like teaches you and it's like, yo, why the fuck are you eating in class? It's like, I need sustenance. Do you not need sustenance? I'll eat when I want to eat. This is my home. And I just think, I don't know. It's silly if people are like, why are you doing the thing that you're doing? Because not everybody can learn the same. Not everyone can sit still. Also, I fuck up. I think I might have fucked up a little bit. I fuck up a little bit? I think I might have fucked up a little bit, chat. Yes, I did. Son of a bitch. I fucked up a little bit. Alright. Why don't you eat after 9 p.m.? I have a cheddar sausage I could snack on, but it's almost 9 p.m. and I don't eat after 9 p.m. Some people just, if they, like, for example, if a Canadian's gonna go to bed at, like, midnight, some people just don't like eating, like, before they go to bed. Because it also can induce acid reflux, which isn't good. Should make your house 2.5 blocks tall. But I'm only but that'd be so tiny. Where would I put my bib? Or I guess you said tall, not wide. 2.5? But I have to make the milk club. And I have to be inclusive because you could be an ogre in this server. And if you want to be an ogre in this server, you could be like fucking like 6 blocks tall. Gotta make it inclusive, chat. Give me. Oh. I need to make a new shovel. I can't believe I fucked up already. Ugh. I'd cry. Rob Zombie. We'll just fill in the part that we know we want to fill in. I wasn't supposed to dig out this line. I was supposed to keep that. God dang it. It's fine. I honestly don't know why I play the goblin race, because like the goblin race that we have in our mod pack doesn't help with anything. I don't believe. The only thing like it gives you somewhat of an advantage on is you're faster, and if you use golden tools, they last longer and are more efficient. But other than that, it's like I'm just small because I'm small, I guess. Oh, I also have less health, which is not a plus. So, to the back of my Dracula. Oh, why'd you go that way? Why doth you sling the other way? Oh, keep. I like the little booty. The booty. Look at that little booty. Look at your guys' little booties dancing. Oh, I gotta break 2 more trees. 2 more trees. I'm munching on some sweet chili and sour cream crackers. Damn. You have enough to share? Can I have one? Can I have a crumb? Have a crumb. I would like to try what they taste like. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, actually, that's super loud. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was so loud. My bad. I just looked over at OBS. I saw it. I think they're too spicy for a goblin. No. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. That's why that's why I have a crumb. A crumb. Speaking of snacks, I kind of want a snack. Ooh, I have chocolate. It's fine. Fine. Don't share your snacks with me. I'll just eat my Toblerone myself. Does anybody else wants one? I'll give you a crumb after I wash it in water. Let's go. Well, it won't be tasty though. It tastes like soggy chip. I don't know about you, but soggy potato. Where do I post pictures of Minecraft? Lush Caves. If you scroll down, all the way down, there's Gamer Chair and then Lush Caves. The fuck? What is this? Haley, China, Jeffrey, Shakita, Porfirio, Stuart, and Abe. You can rename them. I have a thing. I think I specifically have a mod for villager names. So you can have closer relations with all of the villagers. In that one spot, yeah, maybe something cool's happening in there. I have a nugget of iron. I have 6 technically. What the fuck is this? A rotten apple? Why would I want a rotten apple? Hi, Sheppy! Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Can't stay, just checking in. No problem. Thank you for stopping by. It means a lot to me. I only have 3 left in this Toblerone pack. Oh, my brain. My brain. Yep. What is that? What is this min average thing? I guys can see, but there's like a min average thing in the top right of my screen. I don't know what that's about. Also, I also like whatever the green flavor of thins are. What? And green flavor? My favorite chip are the sweet and chili sour cream and onion. Or the green flavor of thins are what? Huh? Green flavor? Grass flavor, matcha flavor, onion flavor. Green onion flavor. What else is green that you can eat? Bell pepper flavor. What else is green? I don't know what other foods are green. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have a very small brain cell. Oop. Might not be green. I don't know. Oh no. Oh no, what? Oh god, no. What's happening? You okay? Are you upset about the green square? Goblins are green? Oh fuck. Yeah, goblins are green. This is true. Well, if you want to classify, goblins are like an olive green. Can goblins be other colors? I mean, there's hobgoblins. I think hobgoblins are like more like a... Aren't they more like a yellow? Hobgoblins? Are they still a green or are they a yellow? Hobgoblins D&D 5e. Oh, they're like a red, actually. Hobgoblins are kind of like a red. Reddish yellow, red to yellow. Goblin 5e skin variants. I've only ever seen green goblins. Yeah, I think most goblins are just green. Hobgoblins, I think, have more variety in their skin tones. And then there's orcs, which can be red or green, I think. I think this was going to be my little mountain. So I can carve this out just a little bit more. I kind of want to be above it so I can get that outline. There we go. Boop. Oh, it is pouring outside right now. It sounds nice. It's making me a little sleepy, but It is absolutely pouring. Garlic. I need to put a torch here. Torch is here. Boop, boop. Now to continue filling the pit. Don't want the world to see me. Get. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, right, that line. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Oh, no more blocks. Don't think that they'd understand. I'll put a block here, put this here. Ah, so well lit. Well, except for this corner. Just light up that corner too. I might have to go mining. I don't know if there's a good place to go mining near me, though. Oh, there's, like, stone over there across the way. But there's also a ravine over there. I need to make another chest. And now, oh, how she rocks. Kids in tube socks. Boop. Oh, wait, that's the other chest. I have to make this a normal chest. Boop, boop. 'Cause I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. Let me go get some more stone. I'll have more stone when I go down there. Just make a new... Probably should make a sword too, but I think I'll be okay with my axe. Ravine time. Water's so pretty. Hello. Ow! Excuse me. It's very dark down here. I didn't bring any of my torches. Whoa! What is that? A dire wolf! Oh my god! Oh no, I'm not okay with just my axe. I'm not okay with just my axe. I'm not okay with just my axe. Oh, oh no. Hey, listen, man. Get out of here. Get out of here. You have blindness too. What the fuck does that mean? Does that mean you'll make me blind if you bite me? Go away. Yeah, fall. Yeah, I win. You drop anything? You didn't drop anything. I need iron for that. I need iron. Is this not a ravine? It's kind of a ravine. Kind of not a ravine. Wow, disappointing. Ether ore? Lead ore? Oh, that's not cool. I thought this was a ravine. I think I lied to myself. Ah, poo. Ah, poo, chat. Alright, we're going home. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's not the polyfluorite. Interesting. Give me up. 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 Man, I thought that was like a cave. I gotta just make a cave. Time to go make a cave. Time to go make a cave. Time to go make a cave. Make a cave right here? Oh, this is like the entrance to my home. I don't really necessarily want a cave right there. Ooh, mountainside cave. Mountainside cave? Mountainside cave? might make myself a human, just so that way I can see. Where's myself? Just for a little while. That's not what I want to do. Orb of origin. Boop. Holy shit, wow. Okay, maybe I will just stay normal. Okay. Give it. Oh my god, I can see so much. Holy shit. I'm much slower, but I don't think I really care. Please don't hurt me. I'm just trying to see if there's anything nearby that I kind of want to mine into. Ooh. Ooh. Stars over there making something very nice. Oh no, not another one, please, 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 please. Oh my god, you're on my island. No, get away from me. Why is your jaw so big? Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you weren't hostile, this wouldn't have to. Ooh. Ooh. Iron pickaxe. Don't mind me. What happened to my tree? What happened to this tree? I just realized what the iron pick fucking thing is. It's the achievement to get an iron pick isn't it iron pick? It's isn't it ironic? God damn it. God damn it. Okay. Well, say that you love me. I could flatten this actually. It's not that tall. It's only too tall. Only a bit tall. I don't know. I could go mine out another. Have you been playing Minecraft or you've been playing? Don't talk to me about it. I never said I was smart. I never said I was smart, okay? The only thing that I claim is that I like making mod packs. Okay? So that's all I got. Elena slightly. I'm sorry. I haven't. I don't know. I just don't think about that achievement. You get the achievement, and you don't think about it. You know. Get the achievement, and don't think about it. Get the achievement, don't think about it. You know. It's just you know. Smiles. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's been there the whole time, hasn't it? Oh. Well, I guess it, like, shows you guys I don't read. I don't read. Reading's not for me. It's not my thing. Thank you for the headband. I don't really want to listen to the song. My key light's also giving me a headache. It's too bright. Ooh, this is a good song, too. Boop, boop, boop. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you for the wellness check. I need to drink some more water. Boop. I like all the little animations, like the little fireflies and the little puffs coming from the torches. It's nice. God damn it, she gets it. Ah! Now that clip will live forever. Forever on my channel. Cries. I wish I could see, I wish there was a world thing where you could see where other players are. Because, like, I can see Star over there, but I'm just wondering where... Oh, Fruit might be over here, actually. Let me look at the map. They are indeed over here. So this was the original world spawn. This way. I should have put a... I can't sing it for you guys. It's okay. I should have put waystone in everyone's backpack. So that's what I often do. I often give everyone one, but I guess everyone can just come back to my house and pick one up. Ooh, you know what I'm super curious about really quick? I want to see it really quick. The tempad. The tempad mod. Bracelet, tempad, slot bracelet. What? Location card. Right click to set a location. Rename an anvil to set location name. Interesting. Okay. That's all I want to know. I hope everybody spawned with the backpack correctly. Cries. I don't actually know if everyone spawned with the backpack or not. Because you should have, technically. But I also could have set it up wrong. Regardless, I can just make little kits for everyone to pick up later. Keep. Oh, man. Okay. I said 3 doors down, so I didn't know that. Oh. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's some amore. Oh, this one either. That's okay. There's so many songs in the world. I'd be surprised if you knew all of them. The radio's also kind of just playing whatever, so. Oh, I only had one. I don't know where I want to make my mine. I should look up, like, mine entrances. Just make one, maybe? Maybe? What's a purple tree? There's a purple tree on my island. Boop, 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 boop. Am I going the right way? Yeah, I am. It's this way. Huh? Oh. I just gave up on this tree. Keep. Oh, what's this? I picked up an orange. Oh my gosh, so cute. Where's the... Oh, there's a purple tree. There's a skeleton. What the fuck? A sprinter? Ew, why is he long? What the fuck? Ow, don't do that. Get out of here. Yeah, server lag for the win. Get out of here. Ow. Skill point gain. Nice. Bonk. And he dropped stuff. Ooh, he dropped a heart crystal. Vexwood archery. Vexing. Okay. I don't know where I want to make a thing. Actually, I could see right there. Right here, a little cave entrance. Thank you for the song request. Actually, that's not the right song. And a queue. Remove from queue. Okay, I fixed it. Is there 2 trees? I can make a ravine out of this. I can make a hole out of this. I need a sponge. I need a sponge. Or sand. You don't think you get sponge from the ocean, right? Sponge Minecraft. Ocean monuments. I don't go to an ocean monument to find a sponge. I guess I could go looking for one. Do they not spawn naturally in the ocean? I thought they did. Sponges are blocked. Sponges can only be found in ocean monuments. Fuck! Okay, never mind. I will do it the manual way. Which means I need a lot of sand. Where do I want to go get sand? I gotta go steal sand from somewhere. I could go over there and steal some sand. Yeah. Well, I feel bad if I steal it from there, because that's like a nice area. Send you my love on a wire. Fill you up every time. Everyone. I don't want to get sand from. It'd be easier if I could go to a desert. Because then I wouldn't feel bad. I just do it with dirt. Just do it with dirt. Bonk. I'll do great. Probably. Bend. I can't get with space tempting. Every time. Give. You're connected to this tree. I'm just gonna cut you down. There you go. I'm just gonna make this like symmetrical and cry because my pickaxe broke or my shovel broke. Can I just use a stick? Was a stick efficient? You think? I don't think it would be extremely efficient, but I think it'd be better than just my fist. Cube. I think I like 3. Start with 3. Hello? Roy? Where are you, Roy? Roy? Where is this Roy that the server speaks of? Oh, I'm gonna pick that up. Roy, where are you? Where are you, Roy? I want to fight you. Did Roy disappear? Where'd Roy go? Does the server kill Roy? I think it did. There's a dire wolf right there, bro. What the fuck? I don't have anything to make a bow. I don't want to go close to it. What's this? Sticks and stones treasure bag. What's this? Ooh, a lead rod. I don't know what that does. Stone? Let's go. More shovel. That's a knife. Shovel. I can make a sword. Come here, you beast. We just wanted to jam, yeah, but now he's gone. Go away. Go away. You stress me out. You stress me out. Your jaw is like unbelievably long for some reason. Go away. I don't even drop anything useful. Yeah, not really. Wait, what is this from? For nightlib, even kings become fuel in the end. Interesting. Are any more torches? I leave them in the... I left them in this chest. Oh, I have no more torches. Cool. I wonder if I should try to figure out the dark timer stuff again. I could. Let me go look at the Discord for that stuff. Maybe I can figure it out. Because I had it working once. Once I had it working. No more again. And a child yelling out my window. Okay. Dark questing, dark pack, dark mobs, dark timer, data pack to change. Only working for 1.21 plus. Data pack, data timer. Only working for 1.20.3. Additional dark data packs. Minecraft version 1.21. Data pack. Alternative. Alternatives, client, dark questing, dark timer. Only working for 1.20.3. Are you baby? What do you mean that all these only work for 1.20.3? And time between clears and hi Kiwi! Oh my god, I missed you. How you doing? How you doing? But it says this only works for 1.21. 1.20.3. 1.21 plus. Oh! Wait. No. Data pack. Dark questing. Dark timer. Only working for up to version 1.20. Oh, okay. Okay, so it would be this one. If I looked over this on my mobile. Hi. 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 Hi, you. I should move that. I want to move that. To somebody I used to know. I'll move that like in the corner. Not up here. Back. I try your hand. Okay, read me. Go to that. You will see that. Okay, no dual gay. That's whatever. That is whatever. Hi. Hello, Loon. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. It means a lot that you wouldn't forget about little old me. Alright, dark timer data pack to change item deletion duration to anything you want. Place inside the world's data pack folder. Read the readme file inside the zip for more instructions. Only working for versions up to 1.20.3. Okay, and the readme says go to dark timer. I got sad news today. Is it that you were told that you were a 5-head? Is that what the sad news is? It's the world. Dog has a big forehead. It's okay. That's what bangs are for. And hats. So it's okay. Or toupees. Toupees are also kind of cool. I saw a TikTok about toupees today. Data. World data. World data dark timer. Yeah, that's why I put it. It says data pack though. You guys said, nah, I'm going bald as fuck. Okay, well then you can get a hat. If you're worried about it. And really, the bigger the head, the bigger the brain, if you think about it. You ever seen Megamind? Megamind's good proof of that. I've seen before. New folder, create directory, data, dark timer, create, and then I need to create a directory, functions, and disperse. Well, I already wear hats, not gonna lie, that's why I'm going bald, I think. Fair, be bald, grow beard, profit, true. It's a good aesthetic to be bald and, beard. I like bald beard. Bald beard, good combo. Oh my god! Thank you for sharing your streak with me. That means a lot. Thank you. A dedication. I appreciate you. Oh, it opened it all in separate versions of this thingy. Here, I can show you guys. Boop. Okay, so let's close this. Dark timer function. 1, 10, and 10 seconds. So technically it should be dark timer. I do have a beard, been taking care of it recently, looking sleek. Fuck yeah! Pros to you. Probably have a better hair routine than I do. Speaking of my hair, I kind of want to brush my hair. My, like, head hurts. I think I have, like, a pressure headache or something. From my headset and how tight I tied my ponytail. It wasn't that tight. It was just... It also in a hair clip. Let's see. Do I have the old document information from when we had the other Minecraft server, the dark time changing this one? I think. Dark timer function 1 hour. Yes, I do. This one. Now this one, 1 second. This one would become this one. This one save. If I wasn't scared, I think I would have already shaved my head. I think you should just do it. You'll never have to buy shampoo unless you want to use like a special shampoo bar for your beard, you know? And also, having half hair is like having half a sandwich. You know? You want the other half of the sandwich, but you can't have it. You only have half. God, the fucking Arc Raiders menu is so fucking loud all the goddamn time. I hate it so much. You can turn it down, can't you? Can't you turn it down? Man, everybody I know is playing Arc Raiders. Maybe I should play Arc Raiders. No. I don't play Minecraft. Maybe sometime. I miss you over here. Okay, so 10 seconds. Tell @raw a dark mage will come in 10 seconds. Wait, is that different? Wait, hold on. Kill type item E, type A, double white. Schedule, dark timer, load 1S. Okay. Dark timer, load, dark timer. Okay. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. I think I do want a 10-second one, actually. Ah, I think I see where I went wrong in the old one. So, I need... Yes, I think I see where I went wrong in the old one. Tell at raw. This one? I need you to fill me up. 1 1 1 1 10 10 minutes 10 seconds 10 minutes. I hold you so tight. There isn't a specific audio setting for me to decide just turning the game. I think I'll tab mutes. That's true. Let me close these. I'm confused again because I got them confused. I don't want the 10-minute one. 10 seconds. That's what up top. You're all I can think of every time I think of. Okay, so no, 10S 10. I need 10. The dark timer warn 1. 10 minutes. 10 seconds. 10 dark 1. Hold on, I've confused myself again. Okay, this one. Load dark timer 1S. Visual function, tell raw. A dark mage will drop in 10 minutes. Oh, I think I've confused myself really hard. Which is not unlike me, but... Let me see if I can figure this out again. Okay, wait, okay. Okay, Elaine's getting it slowly. Okay. I need another one. You go here. Oh, this is not the one I want. Okay, so this one, this is in data dark timer data. Extract. Huh? I do this wrong? Get loose, get loose, get loose. Alright, data save. This one, data extract. Alright, this one only has the 1. On brackets, come here. Okay. So now for this one, I need to open 10. 10S 10. This one. A dark mage will drop the thing in 10 minutes. And then it should load 10-second. Dark timer 1. Dark timer 1. Okay, I gotta go. I will catch you around. Hopefully you don't end stream before I am done. Hopefully. But if not, I hope you have a wonderful night. And thank you for stopping by, Lude. It means a lot. Why would you go to an IS? What? Yeah, let's go IS. See how they do this. So why would you go to... I could go home color. Oh, okay. Dark timer 10 seconds. 10 minutes. These are both 10 minutes. This is not the one I want. I want... Huh? Timer warn 1. Same clown policy. I think Elena's lost. Elena's gonna restart. Hold on. Restarting the brain. Because the brain is very confused. We're gonna delete all these. Delete. Delete. What did you think they meant by ICP? Swings. My brain is fine at this point. Valid. You should get some rest if you need to. And the rednecks, all of them. Round and round and round we go, and round we go. Round and round and round we go, and round we go. I can't. I need to reset my sleep schedule. Got you. I'll be here with you then. I believe in you. Okay. Dark timer. This one's only working. Oh, folder. Dark timer. Okay. I think it's lagging because I'm trying to delete files at the same time. This one's the only one. Ring fabrics or data pack, dark timer. This will only work on 1.21 plus. And then this one will only work on 1.21 plus. All the fucking damn. Alright, dark timer. Continue to download. Save. Refresh. Okay. Is this the only one that's going to be in here? It only has dark timer 10 in it. The fire directory could not be found. That's fine. Okay. Tell dark timer warn 1. How come this only has 1 in it? I'm back. Welcome back. Function. This is called new. Yes. Fucking damn, bitch. Vertical split. Okay. So let's call the new one files save as new dark timer warn 10. This is 10 minutes. 10. No, okay. Wait, no, it's fine. And then we're gonna go over here, and then this is, where is this dark time changer? Yes, this one. Tell raw 10 minutes. This one's also 10 minutes. This one is 10 minutes as well. Tell raw 10. Okay, so this one can become this. Yes, that is the same. Schedule dark timer 1. Dark timer 1, 540 seconds. So seconds. Okay, so now here in the new functions, we need to make another one, except we will call this dark timer 1. Now okay, now this one is the 10, and it will do dark timer 1. Schedule function, dark timer 1. Schedule 1, dark timer. So now we want to see this one. Nope. Is it that one? Dark timer. This is 10 minutes, and then we want 10 seconds. And this one's going to be 10 seconds. Okay. And then we want to do dark timer in 10 seconds. But let's not do 10 seconds maybe instead. Maybe we'll just tell this one to do dark timer. Save 540 seconds. 540 seconds is 10 minutes in seconds. 600, 540. No, that's correct. And then this one will be dark timer 540 seconds. And this is just if here's clearing the foretell type raw. This is correct. Dark timer load 1 second. I think this would be correct. So this one, we would close this one and just call this dark timer. So that way it goes from dark timer. But the one that has the function, it's here, dark timer load 1s. I'm straight from the and this one. Let's close this one. So this one and this one. Schedule 540, dark timer warn 1. Instead, it'll just go straight to the dark timer. And then the dark timer will load 1. And then we want the 1 hour one, which will go here. Interesting. Okay. Let's download the one that works for 1.20.1 because I'm curious about something. 5 minutes, 30 minutes. Sure. Save. Is this different? Is this just downloads, dark timer? Interesting. It's a jar file. Instead of actually changing it, dark time request data pack, casino loot, dark time data pack, continue to download, save. Okay, so this is the, okay. This is the 1.21.1. Okay, so if this is dark timer, schedule function, dark timer load 1s. What is the difference between these two? Data, dark timer data changes the ID, changes the world's data reading file inside the zip. What is the difference though? Is it this guy, the pack data? Just once. I intend for the description. Doesn't really say a lot. What's the difference in this readme? Go to dark timer function. You'll see 540. That's the same thing. So I don't. You can now also change the text for the other countdown lines, such as 1 minute and 1 10-second announcement. Change the text in the following files to be relevant time. Interesting. So if I'm looking at, let's say 1 hour and 1 minute, 10 seconds, 10 minutes, dark timer 1, vertical split. Can I do this? No, I can't. I wanted to open it as separate. Okay, it's not doing it. Okay. Schedule function dark timer 10 seconds. I'm a dark timer load 1s. Dark timer warn 1, 540 seconds. How does it restart though? That's my question. Thank you for the song request. Dark timer, and then so this one should call on dark timer. Oh, dark timer 1. So I have 1, 10, and then yeah, so it should be 1 hour till we're all 340 seconds. This one should be this one. And then it'll go to dark timer 10. 1 at 10. And I'll go to dark timer, it says here. 1 hour, 10 minutes. Dark timer warn 10. Dark timer. Let me make sure that is the case. So this is 10 seconds. Dark timer 10s, yes, okay. So that means the one that happens right before it should be that one. And then for this one, this dark timer function, dark timer. Okay, so that looks alright. So I think I did that correctly. So now I should just be able to go into the server. This is functions. Make sure this was the right one. Oh no, it's not this one. It is these ones. And then hopefully that'll be okay. And then can I go to Packwe? Data pack. Enable? Oh, okay. It's not saying it. Okay, that's fine. Also, I find it interesting that there's a data pack for Ratlantis. Can I sleep? But it's raining. I don't want it to rain. Alright. I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit. Okay. There we go. Alright. Gotta go down here. Oops. I need more dirt. I keep pressing tab. Keybinds, key, inventory, open close inventory tab. Tab is also used to list player. Oh. Reset. Okay. Okay. Cube. From fame and lesson. You know, I never expect Imagine Dragons, but I'm never disappointed by hearing it. Never ever. A bit bushy here. Let me just sculpt you down a little bit. There you go. Is there a poncho in this game? I don't know why, but I want like a raincoat. It's gonna rain all the damn time. No. What about a yellow hat? Can I make a tent? Is a tent a thing? Can I make a tent? I can sleep in. Cozy home, yellow tent. Yellow. Oh, I need wool. I need a sheep. Never mind. I don't even know if there's any sheep around. Acorn to the face. You think someone could die if a acorn fell too fast from her teeth? Do you think that's the same for like, or I guess like, would that like, could someone die from an acorn falling from a tree? Probably. If it fell from high enough and gained enough momentum, they could probably get killed by an acorn, huh? Be a very. Has anyone died because of that? Has anyone died from an acorn falling? Bestie, it's tamale season! Yay! Hi, Ghosty! How are you? There have been several deaths. Choking on them doesn't count. How you doing, Ghosty? Hope you're having a good day. Just playing a little Minecraft. Really love it if it would stop raining! Is there something in there? This. Oh. Let me see if I can keep plugging this. Boop, boop, boop. It's a Minecrafting time, it is. Server's a little laggy because it's day 1, but...
Open
holy shit!
Holy
shit!
POV, I'm at your door. Open
Elaine can't make
door.
oak beams. It just turns into oak beams. Okay, hold on. I got you. Hi, Kaneko! Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? How is co-working and studying? Oak beams. Oak beams are 2 stripped logs. Let me see. How's it going? RZ Monster, thank you for the follow. How you doing? How's everybody doing today? Welcome on in. You guys having a good day? We're currently getting drowned out by music. We are currently playing Minecraft on our Minecraft server. I hope you guys are doing well. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do it so. Otherwise, I hope you have fun hanging out with me as I play Minecraft. Alright. 2 stripped logs. Boop boop. Oh, okay. Star, look at my screen. You see this thing? You see this thing? You see this little changing icon? You click this, and then you can click all the other formats of the... Because, like, sometimes our recipes will overlap. That's what this button does. It'll tell you, like, you can have oak beams from decorative blocks, or unusual, or oak pedestals, or sticks. My hands hurt from secret stuff. Oh my god. Well, be sure to rest your hands. Because I love you. And I don't want your hands to die. So be sure to do little hand stretches. I'll do some hand stretches with you. It's good to do some hand stretches. Okay, what about you? I'm doing good. I'm so blind. It's okay. It blends in. It blends in a lot. I think in the normal, like, Minecraft texture pack, it actually stands out a lot more. This rain's gonna piss me off. I'm sorry. I'm turning off the rain. This rain's about to piss me off. I have rain in real life, and I have rain right here. I finished my mom's birthday gift. Nice. What'd you make your mom? If you don't have to tell us if you don't want to know. I'm sorry, Star. The rain was pissing me off. It was very loud. I should probably just turn the weather down. I forget that I can just turn the weather down because it was like louder than anything else. But I have to raid and dash while I stretch and get a snack. I love you. Love you, Kaneko! Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it a lot. I will try to keep your friends and community entertained. Made her a scarf. Oh, right, the scarf! Oh, shit, Pog! I hope it turned out just the way you wanted it to. Wild berry. Let me eat this. Blop. Did I lose all my beef? No, I have my beef. Sorry, I stopped that because I wanted to move my Discord over to my other screen. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Cool. Here I go. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, there's gonna be pockets of water. I think that'll be okay. It'll be better than having whole things of water, I guess. I'm running out of air. Ugh. Fuck it, I'll make it... I don't know if I want to make it symmetrical. Where else can I get dirt from? I need more dirt. I want dirt, but I don't necessarily need wood, so it's kind of like, do this top part. I gotta go digging. Excuse me? Excuse me? What the fuck is that? Bruh? Is that a fucking like a fucking, what the fuck? Is that a lich? Why? Hello? Are you gonna kill me? Can I have your staff? What are you? Are you Roy? What are you doing? Oh my god. You're stupid. You spawned a bunch of zombies in daytime. That's a lot of zombies that you just spawned in the daytime. What are you? Oh my god, he laughs evilly. Lich, adventure time. I will achieve lichdom. Oh my god, this guy did. What the fuck? Oh, he's kind of dumb. Obviously, this isn't you devouring. You wouldn't... touch its butt. I'm trying. Thank you for the bits. I'm trying. I'm trying to touch its butt, but it's got fucking flaming zombies all around him. Are they... I'm touching his butt. I'm touching his butt. I'm touching his butt. Touches the butt. Die, die, please, die, please, die, please. Oh my god, the zombie servants. The zombie servants are burning. Oh, don't heal. Please don't heal. Whatever you do, don't heal. What are you? Why are you here? This is sacred land. And by sacred... Ow! By sacred land, I mean my house. My house is pretty damn sacred, if I say so myself. 28. Okay, he's not healing. I'm so scared. Why are you like this? Why are you here? Why are you hiding behind a tree like a fucking coward? Oh. Oh, he's got 11 health left. Where's your butt? Give me your butt. Stop giving me the zombies and stop touching me with your magic. I don't like your words, Magic Man! Oh my god, he spawned more zombies. What do you mean you spawned more zombies? What is this mini-boss? At my house! His zombies didn't die with him. Give me that loot, though. Give me that loot, though. You guys go away. Your owner's gone. Magic Man, Adventure Time reference? I was doing, what's that one show called? It's where all, like, John F. Kennedy and stuff are, like, high schoolers. Minecraft server up? It is up. I added everybody. I added everyone in my Discord server. But yes, it is up. I'm sorry I didn't directly message you. I have been dealing with a lot today. Ectoplasm. Zombie charm fragment. I got a cursed heart. Rite of Silent Bond by the ones who listens. Right click to read it. What's this? Alright, I'm just gonna stand over here in case it nukes something. Ride of the Silent Bond Part 1. Oh, I'm not reading all this. Okay, it's like lore. Okay, well, I don't want to read all that. I don't want to read all that. I don't feel like it. This song is really loud in my ear. Insert filtered. What's this gift? It was magic. What is these gifts? More magic. Shoot the lights out until it's bright out. Oh, just another lonely night. Bone meal, carrots. I will eat this carrot. I can plant this carrot. I'm gonna go plant this carrot. Ooh, look at my plants. Look at my plants. Boop. Radish 86. The snowball is mature. Oh my god, it just makes snowballs. It's a plant that makes snowballs. God damn it. I thought it was gonna be like a snowball berry or something. Hi, Mew. I'm in love. We have garlic seeds. Belladonna seeds. Bro, what the fuck? Wolfsbane seeds. What the fuck? Why are there so many, like, poison? Why have so much poison? Spinach. I'll make more wheat. Let me do the silver wheat. Let me do the silver wheat. Boop, boop. There you go. Boop. I'm gonna remove this acorn seed. I have so much poison. I need to make more chests. I come join the server soon. Downloading mods right now. Sounds good. In case anyone is interested, there is voice chat in the server. Which I probably should just turn on just in case. Why is the voice thing connected now? 500. It's a beefy mod pack. I'm playing Mega Bonk. How's Mega Bonk? This is not what I wanted. Is it? Simple voice chat. Select microphone. Game. Why is voice chat on? Addicting. Understandable. Test. Wait, what? No? What? Why? Mods. Voice. Oh my god! Mute on join, yes. Save. No. Simple voice chat. Yes. I just want to make sure I'm not doing something wrong. Recording destination, none. Run in single player or LAN world, yes. Offline player, volume adjustment, no. Camera. Free cam. Audio packet, threshold, HUD, UI show. Vertical, yes. Did I forget to turn something on? Client setup. After installing, you press the voice chat button to enter the guide. Server setup. I'm so dumb. If you're hosting Microsoft, please look at a guide for the hosting server. Huh? Oh. Server? Huh? Do I have to download the plugin for it? There's the plugins, tools, plugin installer. You requested the installation of the plugin from the mods provider. Please select the desired version below. Huh? Huh? Simple form features. How do I... Oh, do I have to press the... What? Okay, that's fine. Playing Outlast with Sunny. Have fun! Have fun! How do I turn on group chats, creating settings? You need to open a port on the server. The port is to... I'll be on after though, no problem. This one. This one. Port. The port. The port, chat. The port. The port. More information here. Oh. Add port. Delete port. Delete. I have the port. What? You can change the port during the voice transition config file here. Set port testing, player plus voice testing. Setting up the server is the most common way than setting up a regular Minecraft mod. It is crucial that the voice chat to work, so please follow the steps seriously. In case you are using a proxy, please add this. If you're hosting your server on a hosting provider, setting up server. If you're self-hosting a Minecraft server, you can change the port in the voice chat running the server config mod. Oh, so I have to go to the mods and then voice. Coordination and audio hub. Is it a file I must change in here? Nunny. Nunny the fuck? How did I do this before? Pebble, host, simple voice chat. Port. Next, you will need to head to server config. Ah, world server config. Okay. World. Server config. Scroll to simple voice chat. Change the world. Inside the config file, replace the default port, which is 225 with the one just generated. Lastly, just save the config file. Money. This config has moved to config voice chat chaos on MC. What's happening? What's happening? Are you okay? What's happening? Ah, what's happening? Cherry, are you okay? What's happening? I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm on the way. Help is on the way, dear. Oh shit, I'm slowed by something. Sorry, I'm on my way. Holy shit, what the fuck? Why are there so many mobs here? What the fuck? What is this? Ow, why is this happening? It's because of the necromancer. Come here, you bitch. Come here. No, you stop it. You stop it. We're in water. I have the advantage in water. Unless I stop breathing, but I'm fine. Ow, why'd you heal? Why did you heal? I killed it. I killed it. Watch your language. What the fuck? This is my chat. What the fuck you mean watch my language? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's a tiny spider. Oh my god, it's a tiny spider. Toasty, help me. I don't know who you are and why you're here, but Panda the Toasty, help me. Oh my god. Oh my asshole, bro. What is this, a wartling? It's not a spider, it's like a little wart thing. It's kind of cute. It's another one. What the fuck are you coming from? Sleep, Star. Can you sleep? Can you sleep? It'll all be fixed if we sleep. Can you sleep? What the fuck is that? Sleep. 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 I don't have a bed. Oh wait, it doesn't matter. There's only 2 of us on the server. Let's go. It's okay. This is why you set it to half. Stop cursing in that Christian Minecraft server. I wouldn't consider myself a Christian. Don't get me wrong. I believe in God, but I wouldn't consider myself a Christian. And if anything, God made cursing so we can stress relieve ourselves, you know? It's not good to bundle all that shit inside. I think God would be proud of me cursing. Not using slurs, but cursing is fine. I think God would be disappointed in slurs. You know? Oh my god, there's so many! Why aren't they burning? Why aren't you burning? The poor frame rate of the server. Oh, it's because he's summoned. Oh, man. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Stop. Your frame ratiness makes me sad that I get hit. Oh, what the fuck? My sword broke. And I dropped the scrap. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. My scrap. You stop it. You are lagging too much to be actually hitting me. Oh! Okay, run away. Stop it. You guys are lagging way too much to be hitting me. Gaining so many skill points that I will not use yet. Saving them. Go away. Go away. Go away. I don't like you because you have a bow. I have s'mores cookies. Nice. Where'd you get the s'more cookie from? Did you make them? Or did you get them from somewhere? You have a sword. You're not as bad a deal. Can I have your sword, please? Oh my god, when you're low health, you can hear your heart beating. It's kind of scary. You can give me a sword? Dreamcatcher. Left, right, part gives 1 random effect when waking up. Whoa, okay, bet. I don't know where to put that, though. There we go. Who is that? There's someone at my house. And another chest. I put the chest in the wrong spot. Should I go get a cookie? I love cookies. Yeah, if you want. From a small business downtown. Nice. We love small businesses here. Alright. Let me shove the magic stuff in here. And then we'll trade that with this. And all the magic stuff in here. Ow! Ow, son of a bitch! What the fuck? Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Oh, hey, thank you. Oh, wait, is that yours? You can have it. Is it yours? You can have it. Boop. Hey, hey, get away from them. No, the wartling. Who is hurrying? Why is there another necromancer here? Why is there a warlock? What the fuck? Oh my god, what is happening in my home? Okay, I'll take it. Hold on. Why are you in my home? What is all this summoning business? Stop summoning things in my house. This is my house. This is my house, you asshole. Jesus. Jesus. The warlings are kind of cute, but god damn. Alright, I think we're safe. I think we're safe now. Good lord. Ow. Jesus. Ow. Ow. Good to know that there are like 10 other things in our mod pack that can just... Ooh, bandages. Ooh, bandages. What the fuck? Bandages. I have bandages. Bandages? Oh, it used 30% of it. Cool. Whoa! That looks amazing. That looks like an amazing cookie. Alright, magic, 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 magic. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. And a spawn bag. What's a spawn bag? Boop. Ooh, and some apples. And some torches. Ooh, perfect. Very nice. Magic, magic. Ooh, and a plush box. What is in this plush box? What? What the fuck just happened? Why did my bed explode? Why did this happen? Why did my bed explode? What just happened to my... What? What happened? What? What did... What did... Where did my bed go? I was gifted that bed. Why did my bed explode? Oh, I have to right click it, that's right. Okay. I had a small little iron one, but I'm okay. Oh, I'm glad you're okay. I've never had one of those. Oh, I guess I've had some of those before, but I don't have chronic, like, low iron, so I'm sorry that happened to you. What happened to my house? Okay. I got a Mori plush. Very cool. What are the spawn coords? Share waypoint chat. There you go. Elaine, I think you should move. No! I'm not moving. I'm not moving. This is where I live. Sometimes you just gotta accept that the place you live in is tough. You know? And it's just how it is sometimes. Alright, I was doing a thing. I was doing a thing. It was moved. It was moved to something. I forgot. Oh, God. It has been moved to config. Okay, I gotta paste this somewhere. Has been moved to config folder. Config folder. World. Where's the config folder? Oh, there it is. Config voice chat. Voice chat. Server properties. Server properties. The port needs to be this port. This port, this port. Save. Okay, wait, now what? Now what do I do? Lastly, save the config file and restart. Okay, so the next time we restart the server, the audio stuff will work cool. Elaine, Weech posted something amazing. Okay, I'm going. I'm going. Where is it? Is it in voice room or is it in game? I'm seeing multiple things. Where, which one? Oh, which one is it? The repo tag? Okay, hold on. Let me... open link, pause, turn on browser. I said pause. And did y'all hear? Yeah, I got it. Download, save. Is that? Nope, this one. Downloads. Unconfirmed. What? Is this a big file? Okay, I'll just watch it in Discord then. This one.
What is that?
Ooh.
I don't know.
Tetris.
Math. Oh! It's my math. Oh, why did it stop loading?
Oh, you gonna take that? You gonna take that?
What is that?
Ooh.
I don't know.
Tetris.
Math. Why is this not loading? Load, damn you. Why is it not loading? I want to watch it. Because I know what moment this is. This was when Body broke my math.
What the fuck?
Okay, there we go.
You were.
Oh, you gonna take that?
I was playing Repo with my friends on Sunday, and this is what happened.
I don't know.
Tetris.
Math.
What the fuck? You were carrying it the wrong way.
I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore, you son of a bitch! That's the only thing I've done all session and you broke it!
The extraction machine is over that way, my friend.
He literally broke it. He literally tumbled into it. He's laughing.
Or
Let's go camping.
Body's bullying Elaine.
I like the crossfade. That's good. I like the little trumpet. You can literally see him fucking body into it though. Like, look, he fucking just he tumbles into it and it fucking breaks. Fucking asshole, bro. God damn it. I'll fucking fight Body, man. I can't have shit. He's supposed to be one of my best friends and I can't have shit because of that asshole. We still love him though. But he's also an ass fuck, so I guess you give and you take sometimes. Look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Body, one of my best friends, and Aura, my other close friend, also going to save me from an asshole that broke my math. I want to go see Star's house. I want to see Star's house. Star, I'm gonna come see your house. Oh shit, you already got like a base going on. Look at you. Look at you. You already got like a floor. Oh, look at that door. That's a fancy. What kind of door is that? Hold on. What kind of door you got going on here? What kind of door is this? What kind of door is this? What kind of door is this? Art Nouveau door? Damn! Look at you. I like this little thing, like this little connection point. That's very nice. Very nice. God damn. I'm still trying to fucking flatten out the area. Juive. Juice. Oh. Juice? Juice? Why can't I run? Okay, there we go. I can go like... Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, hello. Thank you for a new bed. Thank you. I don't know why mine blew up. Bunny slippers. Oh, yeah. Give. Yeah, thank you. Oh, no, I want to put them on. Those here? Here? I forget where they go. There you go. Whee! Yeah. Oh, I have to fill in this hole. Oh. Hi, Identity Bunny. Bun B. Welcome on in. Sorry I said your name wrong. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a great day. I can go get more dirt. More dirt. Where do I want to steal dirt from? It doesn't really matter where I steal dirt from. I might go steal dirt from over here. I'll go steal some dirt. Let's go steal some dirt. Oh, I can jump so high. Whee! Whee! Wait, is that not dirt? It's like Podzol over there, it looks like. What you up to? I'm playing Minecraft on my community server. That's what I'm doing. With our new mod pack. Day one new mod pack that I made. It is a very hefty mod pack, but it's a mod pack nonetheless. Yeah, this is all fucking Podzol. I need grass, brother. Oh my god, I can jump so fucking high. This is actually kind of scary. There's still some dirt from over here. Not right there. Looks like the face of it. Make a little hole right here. Right here. Ah. Right. This isn't dirt. Community server. Yeah, I have a. If you're in my Discord, you can join the Minecraft server. But again, I will preface, it's a very heavy mod pack. And why do you have piss juice? That's kind of gross. That's kind of gross. Hello, trout. Go steal the dirt from over here. What is that? Bubbles. Is there something in that? Why are there bubbles coming out of it? Okay, I'll take it from here. It's over 9,000. No, it's over 500 mods. But you need over 9,000 gigabytes of RAM. My shovel broke. Damn it. And the server is I am allowed. Yes. Yes. You have to follow the rules. If you don't follow the rules, you get banned. The server's lagging. Why is the server lagging again? I ain't gonna make another shovel though. Which way's home? Home is this way. It's like my #1 skill, Pog. Then you'll do great. Star Fruit, did you guys spawn with a backpack by any chance? Oh, I have a piece of... No. Because I don't know if I set that up right. I gotta move my bed now. Fuck. Yes? Okay, cool. I did set that up right. Pog. I need a new shovel. Spawn with a backpack. Nothing in it, though. What do you mean nothing in it, though? What do you mean nothing was in it, though? Nothing was in it? Was nothing in your backpack, Star? That was a more important question, huh? I guess you spawn with, like, the books, though, right? You get the backpack and the books, and then it's kind of like, as you just put the backpacks in the book. I guess you don't... Yeah, it was empty. Oh, I'm so sad. Okay, I'll have to figure that out later, then. Because it shouldn't have spawned an empty backpack. Should have given you, like... This is what the backpack's supposed to... It's supposed to have all the books that you got, and then some blueberry muffins. And, oh, you guys did, that means you guys didn't get the fucking, you didn't get the welcome book. I wrote up a welcome book. At 3 a.m., I wrote up a little intro welcome book. God damn it. That's fine. That's okay. That's interesting. Huh. That's very interesting. I'll have to check the server, the config thing for it. I'm out of inventory space. Fuck. Get out of my... Get out of here. Give me. Skies the beginnings. Oh, I got one of the special. Also, music is like peak right now. I don't know if that term is acceptable. Why wouldn't that term be acceptable? Of course that term is acceptable here. Magic. Belladonna seed. Oh, right. My chest blew up, too. God dang it. Seeds. Mob drums. I don't know how to use peak in a conversation. Oh! Peak just means, like, really good. Peak just means, like, really good. Peak is a ban word here. No, it's not. Considering that we played the game Peak, that would be very unfortunate. I'm gonna make another chest. That's not what I wanted. But yeah, I'll say it one more time just for my peace of mind. I'm sorry that the server is lagging. The server is lagging because today is day 1 of it loading. It's mainly lagging because of all the new world generation, because I didn't go that far from spawn. But tonight, when it restarts, I will preload a good portion of, like, this starting area, so it doesn't do that anymore. Is that a little guy? Yeah, it's a little plush from a man with plushies. It's Omori. Or Sunny. It says it's Sunny. But, yeah. There's a lot cuter plushies. So, kind of like, meh. Mom drop, mom drop, mom drop, mom drop, mom drop, mom. Nope. I don't consider this to be a mom drop, even though it does drop for mobs. Sort. Would you like a companion on your Minecraft journey? I make pretty cottage houses and hobbit holes mostly. It's fine. You can adventure on your own if you'd like. You don't have to stick with me. I kind of just stay at the spawn. Hello. What in the actual fuck knuckles is this, dog? Do you want this back? Let me pick it up. Minecraft, let me pick it up. Holy shit. Holy shit, what the fuck? Violent Coral Bardiche of the Spellcaster, bro? What in the actual fuck knuckles? Oh, it's a strawberry hat. I like my hat, thank you, though. I have this back. You keep? I keep? Oh my god. Nothing will fuck with me now. I want to fight something now. I want to fight something. I want to fight something. I'll fight the dragonfly. Come here, dragonfly. Come here. Come here. I'll beat your ass. Hacha! I mean, you can build near me if you want. Star's building near me. Or just, I like to build my own houses. But you can build anywhere outside of my island if you want. Like, we've got... You could build over here. I think someone else might be building over there, though. But, Star's building here. This is where I build. I got bit by a dragonfly in kindergarten, and I still have that mark. Damn. Well, I got you. What the fuck? Get out of here. No spiders. Is there things on the ground that I'm... Were there things on the ground? No, I'm just going crazy. Okay, cool. That or it got picked up. Either or, I guess. Seed. Plant. Boop, boop. Into the ditches and burn through the bridges and drown in my mind. I'm gonna put blocks in here too. Oak log. I need this dirt. Need that dirt. Dragonflies bite? Sometimes. Sometimes they do. I guess this will just be the loot chest. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. To the witches and sand in the back of my... Oh my god, I got an insanium ingot. Holy shit. Ooh, and I got iron. I can make a bucket! Remind me to never bother dragonflies again. Aye, aye, Capitan. Why is the server is pinged? The server is pinged. Oh, it's because of that. Okay. Okay. Oh no, you can go in the loot chest. You go in the loot chest. 20% not to consume arrows. Cool. Cool. Alright. I need to eat food. I need to go plug up that hole. Plugged up that hole. My two friends wanted to kill it, but I was like, no, don't kill it. It's nice because it landed on my hand, but then it bit me and I yelled, kill it, kill it. Fair game. Very fair. I would do the same. I need to go steal more dirt. I need to eat food. I gotta check on how my crops are doing. I think my wheat is done. Can y'all go back to kindergarten? I was so happy. This is true, but you might not know. things. I don't know what things, but things. Why am my wheat not growing? Why am my wheat growing so slow, bruh? It takes forever to grow it. What the fuck? Maybe it's because it's not getting enough sun. You downloaded the mod pack slowly so I can recreate my greenhouse? Fuck yeah. Hi, Norman. Welcome on in. Dirt, 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 dirt. Am I still on my island? This is my island. I'm back. Welcome back. My baby. No blueberries? Oh my god, I like spawned near all the fruits that I was actually really hoping to get. Identity Bunby, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. I hope you enjoy hanging out with us, hanging out on the server. Really was my baby. I'll go plug that hole so I can make a mine that doesn't have water in it. In time, if you listen to Rob Zombie and then go back to calm classical music, hey, we just have a radio kind of on, kind of just plays whatever. Boop, 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 boop. This is a banger song too, though. Boop, 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 boop. Really wish I had a sponge. Okay. I just have to fix that. Time to go get some more dirt. Half of my gameplay is just gonna be me terraforming stuff because, yeah. Give me blueberry. Blueberry. What can you make with blueberries? What kind of blueberries? The addition shouldn't matter. What can I make with blueberries? Blueberries. A lot of these need other things. I don't have a home in which to make things with the blueberries yet. But I will eventually. There's a hamster? There's a hamster across the way. The white map says there's a hamster. I'll go look at the hamster. Hamster. Does it matter what mod pack I pick? It does. There is a channel called Maincraft that will explain all the download information. I love the hamster. I love the hamster. Hamster, come here. Come here. Come here. We're gonna be friends. Come here. Come here. Come here, little guy. My hamster. My hamster. I have a hamster. I'm going to name him Brownie. He looks like a little brownie. I can't find any cows. Yeah, that is an issue that happens with modded Minecraft. I can spawn one if you want. Can you tame the hamster? I think so. And you just pick him up, yeah. Okay, I have to make you like a little home though, so stay there. Put you in this hole. Okay, come back. Oh, come here. Come here. I don't know how to tame you yet. Come back. Okay. You gotta go in this hole. You gotta stay in that hole for now while I look up how to tame you. Adorable hamster pets. I mean, like, it says MC mod pack beyond the barn. Huh? Let me look at it. You gotta scroll all the way up, and then it says the CurseForge link here. And then you click it, and then it takes you to the wrong one. Why does it take you the wrong one? Hello, pneumonia. Lane really said mine. I did. Hold on, I gotta fix something at the Carl bar now. I don't think that they'd understand. Everything's made to be broken. How do moo? I good. How you? Embeds. Copy message link. Edit. This one. Edit. This one. This one. This one. What's it? Oh, that's the CurseForge link. Oh, I see why that one doesn't work. Oh, wait, does this one work? Minecraft link. Visit site. Yeah, that one works. What the fuck? The download CurseForge link doesn't work. Oh, wait, no, it does. I'm just stupid. Okay. 90%? Let's go. What am I thinking about? Oh, right, the adorable hamster. How do I tame him? Target required. How do I? Just coming to say hi in the Calmera before siesta. I hope you sleep well, pneumonia, and thank you for stopping by. It means a lot to me. How do I tame him? Damn me for not downloading earlier. That's okay. How do I tame him? Oh, wait, there's a book. There's a book. Why am I not reading the book? There's a book. You okay down there? Yeah, hold on. Let me grab the dirt from you. There you go. Is he still okay in there? Okay, yes. Where is the book? Materials and you, the codex of... Hamster tips, this one. Okay, this is a little bit much for me right now. So you decided you need more squeaking in your life. Excellent. This chapter covers the essentials, finding them in a wild, the art. Okay, so I found one. First, you need bait. The good stuff comes from cucumbers. Wild cucumber bushes. Where the fuck am I gonna find a cucumber? Okay, hold on. Because I'm very afraid of this little guy dying, I'm gonna make him a little... Hold on. Is it 2? Boop. Oh, it is. It's 2 rows. Can I change how it looks? No? Okay. That's fine. Boop. I love you, Mr. Hamster. You're gonna have to stay down there for now because I don't have name tags. And I also don't have cucumbers. But we'll get cucumbers eventually, I promise. You can buy the seed stable, right? Seed. You can buy the thing from the seed box, right? I forgot what it's called. Seed shop Minecraft mod. It's from Farming with Blockheads, I think. Yes. I need planks and I need wool! Wait, did we need me to spawn a cow? You know how to spawn one? I'm just shocked I haven't seen one. Smile. We have a lot of world generation stuff. So I apologize. Okay, well I can't tame that hamster right now. So I'm just gonna put this stuff in here. This belongs in a different one. Coarse dirt. I don't really want to use coarse dirt. Wee. Wee. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. I am lonely, lo and behold. Alright, let's dig this up. Hey, type faster. Let me give me this. There we go. Pretty flat. I'll finish this area. Something is how this guy's saying this part. That's fair. It's good voice control, you know? Boop, boop. What? I don't have an axe? Again? It might be repeating. Hold on, I can change it. You want to keep it? Yeah, the DJ kind of repeats itself after a while. So I cry and I beg and I beg. Even better is that Wheatus has a girl in their band. I did not know that. And now we do all that work that we did and we undo it because I was making a mine. What the fuck is that? Sal ammoniac ore? Anything by you? Give. Yeah, I like that. I'm sorry, I gotta take these bunny slippers off for now. I'll put them back on when I go adventuring so I don't take foul damage. Or is that the cat one? That might be the cat one. No, I think it's the bunny one. Or you just take less. Should make some stairs. Where's my other crafting table? Oh, here it is. Let me say that you love me. Ruin the mood. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that that happened. Should make sure their litter box is clean and that their bowl is full. Unless they overeat, then like make sure you feed them on time. Unless they're an old cat, I guess. I have to go to the bathroom really quick. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. I have to do a thing really quick, so I'm not going to change the scenes just yet. But I hope everyone's having a lovely time. I'm just sitting in my corner waiting for the Minecraft to do its thing so I can play with pretty mods. Understandable. This one. Let me grab my phone. So I can do the thing with the thing, because adulting is... 836. Okay, I think the playlist is repeating, so let me refresh it. I already listened to that. Meh. Sure. Let's see. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 23. 4, 14. Download. New folder. I should be, but if you're okay with it, you could put it in the Lush Cave server or Lush Cave's Discord chat. If you scroll all the way down, there's a Lush Cave chat where we talk about Minecraft stuff. 414, this one, download, save, close. So I have to go all the way up until here. Okay. Calling, calling, calling. All the lights that stop me to start a night when I'm alone. 223. Everything fine. Apply downloads. Is it proof of wages? Phone call. I've attached. Is anything else needed? That doesn't look like it's gonna do the thing I wanted to do. Pages 4, 14 to 6. 6. Ooh, that's not the number. 630. 2023. Send. Close. 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 Close all the extra doodads, and then we can go back here. What are we doing? Minecraft cave, I think? Okie dokie, you're whitelisted now, Bunby. Should be all goob. Oh, there was someone outside with terrible sounding tires. Man, I want this coal. Alright, let me do it with the wood one. Boop. 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 Give me my oars. Do not tempt me in this way. Chat, Minecraft is being mean to me. Won't give me my coal. Let me use my coal stick to see my coal. Give. There you go. I'll just plug this all back up. Boop. I'll also go fill that hole. It's over here. So she wolf in the closet. Open up and set us free. Oh, in the closet. I don't know what I want to build with yet. I think I want to make a barn again. So let's look at barn Minecraft. Oh, what am I doing something like that one? Later. Yeah, I could do this one. Or that one. Meh. Meh. The closet. Open up and let us free. Oh. This is very interesting. Reminds me of Just Dance days as a kid. Just Dance? Oh yeah, dude! Oh my god, Just Dance? Holy shit. Holy shit, yes. Holy shit, yeah. Oh my god. That takes me back. I used to love doing Just Dance as a kid. There's a she-wolf in the closet. Open up and let it free. There's a she-wolf in the closet. Same. I'll think about it more. Okay. I gotta finish terraforming first. Is out my Wii in most of the Just Dance games. Mood. I left my Wii at home because my mom really liked the Just Dance game, so I let her keep it at home. But I took my Xbox and my PS4. Hello? A goblin thief? Go away. No. No. My house. My house. Get your own house. Out. Out. I said out. Don't get close to me. Go away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you didn't have the inevitability to steal stuff from me, then we wouldn't have this problem. Put that in there for now. Alright. I think I kind of want to keep that level. And then change this. Arrive. I bring the fire, make you come alive. Bloop. Boop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Hello? Oh my god, it's a creeper. I haven't seen one of you in ages. But you're lagging, so you won't kill me. Haha. Oh, maybe you will. 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 Okay, I win. Ooh, a hat. A hat bag. Hat bag? Don't mind if I do. What is this? It's a little fez. My axe is gone. Must make a new axe. Lane, do you have wheat? It's growing very slowly. Why is it growing so slowly? Make a bucket. Taking a while to load, but I think I'm past the worst loading bar because my PC stopped lagging. That's understandable. Yeah, it's a very big mod pack. Like, this is not like... I would dare say that this is a hardcore... Oh my god, fruit bat. Oh my god, you brought me cows! Holy shit. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can... Hold on. Let me see if I can make more wheat. I dare say this is hardcore Minecraft. But not hardcore in the way that it's like, it's hard, but hardcore in the way that like, it's hard on your PC. Oh my god, I'm fucking up. Okay. Let me see if I can get some wheat, some more wheat going. They're almost dead because of mobs. No, that's fair. I have some more wheat seeds in here. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, I can make bone meal. Hold on. Let me pop them up with some bone meal. Where's the bones? Where's the bones, brother? Bones. There they are. Did I drop them? No, I didn't. Okay. Gib. Gib. Bam, 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 bam. Alright. Alright, cows. Oh, what the fuck? What do you mean I don't got... Oh. Baby. Baby! You make fences. If you want to keep the main cows, you can. I can just keep the baby. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Let me do that. Actually, is it this way? Oh, I'm stupid. Oh no, I'm stupid. Fruit bat, I'm stupid. Hold on. It's the outside, right? And then the inside? Yeah. Boop. Seeing a beefy PC build, but it's a bit of money, though. Like 3 months of checks for me. That's understandable. But hey, it'll last you a long time. And if you make your own PC, you can upgrade parts instead of the whole thing. Well, you have the two, so you can breed them and get more. Okay. Sounds good. If you want, you can sneak my click to carry the baby wherever you want. How do I heal my cow? How do you heal cows? You heal cows by giving them more bone meal? Bitch and a half. I have no more bone meal. Need more than one post though, don't we? Boop, boop. Won't let me attach the fence post for some reason. Gib. There we go. And now, oops. I think I have to have the empty right hand. Come here, piggy. Or not piggy, this is a cow. There you go. Oh, we have cows. You love them, that's how that's true. Mwah. 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 Alright. There we go. I wonder if it's because this is world spawn. I also found another little guy. Another little guy? Did you fucking... What the fuck? Is that a Tasmanian devil? Oh. No, don't. Okay. I was gonna say, don't break them free. Tasmanian devils are carnivorous bastards. Whoa! Is he okay? He's not gonna eat the cows? He's not gonna eat the cows? He's not gonna eat my hamster that I've caged in this little hole? Very cute. Okay. A good boy. It's a good little guy. It's a good little lad. Good little baby you got there. Very nice. You just put it back in the cage. Alright, cows. Hopefully the wheat will grow faster? Hopefully? Yeah, bro, this ain't growing for shit. Why aren't these growing for shit? They grow so slow. Why is it in a cage? Easy transportation. I was gonna put the cows in cages, but they too big. Okay, I will do my best to take care of them. Alright, we gotta make you bigger fencing. And I will put you... I kinda want the farm on this side. We can do the... Let me see. I want the farm on this side, and then we can have the animals on this side. Or the down here, because then we could have the house here, and then the farm here. Okay. Also here, what's up? Oh, what's this? Right click to equip. I am a seafin. A seafin! A acetaminophen! I don't know what that is. If that's bad, I'm sorry. That's just the first word that came to my mind when I thought about it. Alright, let me go make them fences and stuff. I also need a new axe. And me and you party together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I feel like client crafting is not really helping me here. I could just be a boob. Gimme. Okay. Alright, I got 15. It's not a lot, but it'll do. It'll do, pig. It'll do. Alright, I'm gonna put them over here for now. 2, 3, 4. And we'll take this torch. Boop, boop. Alright, come here. Alright, you. Come on. Go on in here. Come on. Come on. Go in there. Come on in. Yes, I love you. Okay. Come on, Mr. or Mrs. Cow. How many hearts do you have? 1 more than normal, I think. Get in here. Get in here. Are you falling in your mama? Oh, that's so cute. Alright, come on. Get in. Get your butt in there. Get your butt in there. Get a little bit more. Alright. There you go. Hey. Ooh, heart crystal. Give. Let me hold it. How do you do with these? Increases maximum health. Oh. 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 Damn, you can have a lot of hearts with scaling health and bobbly heart containers then on our server. I didn't think about that. That's okay though. Oh, I need to eat. So I need to take these fences. Love. You. I kind of want to give him a little bit more space. They're kind of cramped in there. I'll cut corners, literally. Give. Thank you for the wellness check. I will redeem that in a second once I... Okay. Excuse me? Oh, there's a spider over there. Gimme. Boop. Okay. Oh, the spider's broken. You know what? That's okay. But the way that spider I think it's gonna be looking, it's okay that it doesn't look like anything. Alright, Elaine, did you whitelist me? Yes. Yeah, I whitelisted you yesterday. Very good, my cows. Hey, what's up, Fruit Bat? Nothing happened. Everything's hunky-dory. 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 Ooh, coconuts. Cocoa nuts. Give me the coconuts, game. Cocoa nuts. Give me that fence. Give me that fence back. Alright. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Why would you assume that I would kill one of the cows by accident? Fruit? That's kind of silly. If I'm honest, that's a bit silly that you would think that would happen. Cause like, why? You know, I'm a cow. That'd be a really silly thing to do, don't you think? For me, a cat cow, to do that. When Minecraft loads, I shall be drawing. Sounds good. I hope you enjoy what you're drawing. I have no clue why Fruit Bat would be like, you accidentally maybe punch one of the cows with your fist by it. Very silly. Yeah, it'd be so silly, you know? I was like, you know? Give. Thank you. Currently drawing Abaddon and Esther from Haunted Hotel. Ooh, fuck yeah! Nice. Fuck yeah, that's a good cartoon. Are these growing at all? Is growing at all? I don't hope so. What's this? What did you catch in a bucket? Game? Bucket of tropical fish. Very. Oh, where'd you go? I don't listen to this song. Oh, I want to listen to this song though. I have a fish in a bucket. I will put it in my chest so I don't lose it. Okay. Boop. Have to hide. Have horse. Oh. Understand. I'm a horse of men. I was working on my thing, and then I was doing another thing, and then I want. Okay, I gotta look up a farm build really quick. Barndominium? Barndominium? What the fuck? A barndominium is a modern, like, barn home. That's crazy. I found one that I liked, but the tutorial for it is literally just, like, not what I was expecting. Metal farm barn. Search. Oh, that's how it's done? Interesting. They like redid the thingy. That says, oh, they made it red. It's only custard, but why would you pay for a fucking thing though? It's a little silly. I just wanna look up a guide. Cause I like making houses in styles that I see. I'm not really good at making up my own houses, you know? What kind of barn do I want to make? Would I like to see my yes, I would! I would love to see your progress. If you want, you can put it in the fridge. A horse. This person also made that farm, I think. Yeah, this is like the same barn, but it's like made out of something else. Easy barn for animals. Let me see, YouTube. I swear to fucking God, this one mosquito that's been in my room since last night is so annoying. I'd burn it. The fridge. If you scroll up. Yeah, if you scroll up one category to the Milk Club kitchen, there's the fridge. And you can show off things. This is like same, isn't it? You gotta build a large. Do they have like a? I want kind of like a thing where like it's like a walkthrough of the house. This is like same but different. Farmhouse. God damn, that's a big ass build. I don't want something that big. You guys can't see what I'm scrolling through. Hold on. Let me just show you. I'm looking at builds. I wanna look at the build. I wanna get inspired. Currently, I was inspired by one, but then it uninspired me because it, for some reason, is a paid-for tutorial, which I think is crazy. Ooh, this one's cute. That one's kind of cute. What kind of wood do I want to use, though? I should use new wood. What kind of wood we got near us? Or, let me look at the wood. To be fair, I really like the normal woods, but I want to try, like, a new wood. Probably do, like, anything that has, like, a stripped wood variant. Stripped. What's this one? Stripped larch wood? Stripped larch wood looks kind of nice. Where would I get stripped larch wood? Ooh! Oh, look at you! I like the pose. Bunby, I love the pose. Line art's very smooth. Very nice, very nice. Blue skies. Where do I get larch wood? Larch? Yeah, I like larch wood. Where do I get larch wood from? Blooming nature larch wood. Where do I get larch wood? Where does larch wood come from? I have shared my creation and I love it. It looks very nice. I like it a lot. I like the pose. I like the pose a lot. Your line art is very nice as well. It's very smooth. I could never do line art like that. 2 pixel perfect. Do they say where do you get the things? Code. Becker, let's do. Oh, shit. Thank you. I'm trying really hard right now. I'm out of practice. That's valid, but you're doing, like, amazing already. So, you know, don't stress too much. The old growth birch forest. Oh, it has been replaced by a large forest. Okay, so it is literally just a large forest. So I could do a nature compass. I have a boat? A boat? For me? A boat for me? I need saplings? Saplings, coconut. I need a boat for me? A boat? A boat? I would like a boat. I need more iron. Many regrets that I used my iron already, but yeah, it is what it would do. It do be what it be. Oh shit, we were looking at... Okay, I know I want to build out a large wood. I gotta keep looking at Minecraft. Okay. Feel free to put the boat in... I maybe should make a special chest. You have any other woods in the area? Birch. Finally joined the Minecraft server. Woohoo! Woohoo! Sorry if it's a little laggy. First day is always a bit laggy, but after that it should mellow out a bit. I gotta stop saying that. I've said that like once every hour. I'm gonna just trust that you guys are trusting me that it's gonna be okay and that you just gotta be patient with day one. I mean, that's like a game dev saying, like, be patient with the game, you know. Just have faith. Sapling. Ooh, the sapling of this looks nice. It's a pear sapling? What the fuck do you mean pear sapling? Okay. How do I make a sign? Alright, make a chest. Nope, that's not what I want. Gib. Okay. So, if I adventure and I'm gone, you guys can put stuff in the birch chest. Gimme. It's like this, and then a stick. Yeah. For a lane, so you don't have to drop it everywhere. Where is it? Need to suck it up? I need to suck it up? I'm gonna move stuff. Whoa! What? It's a what? It's like a squishy boat! Whee! Oh my god. This is the best boat ever. It's like a little kiddie pool. Whee! Hold on. Oh shit. Little kitty. Oh my god, it like matches me because I'm all paint splattered. That was great. Wait, can I do the thing where I turn the helmet off? There we go. I know it's like a little kiddie pool. Thank you. That's the wrong button. I keep clicking the wrong button. Whee! All right, let's go see how it. Let's go try it out in the water, chat. Whee! It even has a little like custom icon on the map. That's cool. Whee! This is a great boat. Whee! I got a little boat. Oh, so great. I'll never lose this boat. This boat and this is my boat. Oh, I broke the lily pads that were here. Come here. Put you in my backpack. Palm boat from Let's Do Beach Party. That's cool. Aww. It's so cute. Put you in my backpack because you're important. What's this? Wild tomatoes. Oh yeah, hell yeah, Minecraft stream. Yes, sir. Yeah, I forgot we were looking at houses. God damn, my ADHD is strong today. So the one I was thinking about making, because I've made one barn before, and it was kind of like this one. But I kind of wanted to make... not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. You gonna show it to me? This one. I wanted to kind of make this one, because I kind of like the open floor plan of this one. I have to move my fucking big-ass head. But fucking, it's crazy because this fucking guy has it so you have to pay to see his Minecraft tutorial, and I think that's crazy. barn house Minecraft. Actually, Minecraft cute barn home. Because I like the central design of something like this, because there's obviously, like, corner houses. I've made many a corner houses in my life, but I don't think I want a corner house this time. Sleep Token? I saw them in concert. Oh my god, did you like it? Was it cool? Did you have fun? Alright, I think I just say, fuck it, we ball, and I just figure it out as we go. This is the first time I ever, like, said fuck it, we ball, and my house will be very slow to be built, but, you know, fuck it, we ball, I guess. Coarse dirt, what the fuck? Mix. Oh, normal dirt? Where did normal dirt come from? I need multiple things. One of the things I need to check is, why the fuck aren't my crops growing? Why aren't my crops growing? Okay. Let me go shy. Growing. Okay. I don't know why my crops aren't growing. My other crops grew, yeah. It took a while, but I mean... This guy grew. My radish grew. These guys aren't growing. This guy's been at like 14% for like ever, I feel like. Oh my god. Buster scared me. I got root beer float flavored ice cream. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Well, I hope you enjoy. And these guys? 79.20. Alright, I'm gonna go mining because I want iron. Well, that sounds so good. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Oh, I need my iron pickaxe. My iron pickaxe that I was generously given by a chat. I'm not whitelisted. Oh shit, hold on, I got you. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. What the UID of this person? Okay. Whitelist add. That should work. Yeah, it should work now. Oh, why? Why didn't it break? Come here. Come here. Vampire what the fuck do you mean vampire what the fuck does that mean? Hello? Is there a vampire in flight? Up? No, it's down here. What the fuck? You mean there's a vampire? Hello? What do you mean there's a vampire? Tastes pretty good, like eating ice cream at the end of a root beer float. Oh, fuck, dude, I fucking love that shit. That's like the best. Give me Vampire the vampire, yes. Wee. Alrighty. I don't know why I came out here. I'm being silly, I guess. Where's my shovel? Give gonna put this hydrangea over there. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah. I think I need a chest over here too, though. So we can do it for, and I'd really love the tab to open. It crashes, so it may crash. Yeah, you just can't touch it when it's loading. Like, you just have to wait for it to be done. Cause it's a bit heavy, brother. It'll be heavy. Oh, this one. So heavy, very heavy. I should add coal. Whatever, right? Heavier than this fat ass. Fuck yeah! I had a packet full of content, you know. Alright. Maybe packed it a little bit with too much content, but it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Is you all clump right there? Where'd you go? Okay, I guess so. Boop. Oh, wowda. Ooh, wowda. Oh, shit, okay. Where's my bucket? I think I put my bucket. No, I haven't my bucket. I have my bucket. Bucket. There wasn't 3 dozen mods on the server. Maybe there are many things that could be modifying how wheat grows, and maybe compare it to the growth rate on the local world to be sure it's the server. Okay. What race did you choose? I'm just a human for right now. Usually I'm a goblin, but I was having a hard time seeing things, so. Why are you growing so slowly? Why are you growing so slowly? Plant. Sunlight. Sun. Farming. Farm. Okay, hold on. I don't think I had anything, unless quality crops will fix it. I guess I could just mods. Stairs. Oh, hello. Oh, look, you're a cute little clown. Honk. Honk. Okay, bye. Let me see. Quality food. Food effects. We really don't have anything, I feel like, that affects. We have a lot of food mods, but we don't really have, like, unless it's Farm and Charm. But I don't think Farm and Charm would be changing stuff. Yeah. At the seed market, a search for utilities. I will. This is actually a bit. I'll just post it in the Discord server. I'm just gonna say that the server may be reset depending, because there's some weird lag issues. Small warning. The server may be reset tomorrow, depending on what is causing certain lags. Not sure if it's the world itself, just world gen, or possibly the hosting site. So just heads up. Okay. But if If it's the hosting site, then we can probably just transfer the world to the new server. If it's the world itself, we'll have to redo the world. But I really think that it might be Pebble Host. I think it might be Pebble Host, personally. I forgot what I was doing. Oh, I was making a mine. I'm making a mine! Maybe it's the millions of mods. Shut up. Shut. I refuse. I refuse. I with my blood, sweat, and tears did I make this mod pack. For 2 weeks did I work on this mod pack. And it worked very fine by myself. I played it yesterday? I think yesterday. I think, yeah, yesterday I played it in single player and it was perfectly fine. I don't remember. The days are all mixing together now. So this is a cave near me. What the fuck? A pit viper. Oh, hi. Ooh, thank you. Well, I'll put this next to my bed. Give it. Oh, do I have to? Yeah, I do. We'll put it next to my bed. Oh, Lord. I was sent an iFunny meme. There's so many different blocks. There are. Because we got a lot of world gen things. And a lot of furniture mods. It's all worth it for the variety. But thank you for playing on my server. That way I can debug it a little bit and hopefully make it smoother for the future. Thank you. Maybe I should just go straight at this point? What do you mean? What is that? Yeah, maybe we'll go straight. Let's go straight. Maybe I should go lower. Oh my god, you got a block that looks like dentures? Yeah, that makes sense. We have a flesh biome. There is a flesh biome. Cube. We have a flesh dimension. That's great. I'll put the extra things in here. There we go. Uh-oh. Okay. The server crashed. My bad. Okay, I'll start debugging. Get sock opt again is back again. What's that mean? What does that mean? Get sock opt Minecraft. Okay, sock opt crashing refuses. I have a server hosted on a machine. I've got a solution. Just delete the old port forward configure and use for There's a firewall. This is my sign to get off, and I hope y'all have fun though. Thank you, Fruit. This is probably where we might stop the Minecraft just for today, just so I can debug stuff. Cause I'm trying to think. Trying to think. Refuse myself. Star, I think for your stuff, it was just because the server died. I think you just don't want me to play. Pookie, listen. It's literally on 24/7. Ghost, I just got on. You both just got on. I'm sorry. I'll figure out what's going on. I promise. I promise I'll figure it out. I won't even play Minecraft until I figure it out. I promise. Alright, we'll look at the mod pack. Hold on. Alright. I'll look at it right now. If I can call anything right now. Lane, you hurt me. I'm sorry. I just really like our big fat mod pack. Is it because I wonder, I have a question. No, this is just slice of life things. Okay. Because, like, hold on. Hold on. Stop. I'm sorry. Maybe have you checked the stability of the server? Yeah, that's the problem. That's what I'm wondering personally, because the last few times I've been using Pebblehost, it's been like kind of iffy. We can look at other server hosting with mods. I'm too lazy to download all the mods again. Fair. Too much hesitation. I chose godlike.host, which seemed to be most appropriate option. Everything goes right. I'm very satisfied. Just check godlike host. Another parting for modded. Oracle Cloud. Hey, babe. Oh, wait, I have a question. I have a question for myself. Are any of these good? Server hosting for bigger mod packs. Oh, Minecraft server hosting for bigger mod packs. How much are you paying? I can recommend a good one I use, but it's around $20 per month or something like that. I'm gonna be real. My mod pays for it. Sim pays for it because he does a lot of the server hosting stuff. Alex.foo is like his domain. But feel free to recommend it to me. Post approved. I'm using magma mode. There are a few things I want. Is there not an update to this? So I'm new to server hosting. For our current server, we're using Apex hosting, modified version of VHS, made by 10 people during peak hours. We're using 8 GB, our main CPU usage. Apex, these are the server providers I've used and not really liked, but if you can convince me, I'll consider using it. It just says post approved, which tells me nothing. Godlike magma node. Hold on, I have too many things open. I have been reached out by people for hosting mod packs, so let me look. Lane, you can't just be using 500 mod without knowing if the hosting can handle it. Not my problem. Smile. Piglin host, like, pretty big, too. Piglin host. For modded. Lightning fast. No fucking shot. I just ate a raw chicken in Zomboid. Are you okay? Are you going to die? 6 on Stone first purchase discount. Such a mood. Listen. The Excel sheet is also public. So if someone had a gripe with the mod pack, you kinda just told me. It was like $50 a month. Yeah, the game starting every 3 hours. One day. Great hosting, great office, 24/7 support. With heavy mods. Bedrock, modded server hosting, modded almost 2,000 plus mod packs. Good modded server. I think I'm using starting with like 6 friends. I was wondering if it was great together. I've run the server. Apex hosting. The best is just host yourself. January, February, May. Because I also look at Bisect hosting. Bisect's pretty popular. 90 plus games, free install 20,000 mod packs, social support, 20 locations. How much would it be to host a Minecraft server? Sounds better with you. The question. This does not answer any of my questions. Alright. Music sounds better with you. Okay, this one's more expensive than Godlike. Magma node. Matter node, emerald node, code node. 99.9%. What is the pricing? Premium server plans. Redstone. I love it when they do like themed plans. Oh, good God. Unlimited slots. Premium panel. And then this one. What was the one I was looking at for this one? This one was 2.4. Sorry, ideal for large servers that will install many plugins and have many players at the same time. So one that's like the same. Let's do 12. Let's do. How much does the server have right now? The server has 25. I really don't think it needs 25 though. Because considering that I myself, but the thing is, it's also hosting other people. First purchase discount, so it's 20, 60. Okay. I could also do a cut. Okay. Alright. Listen, I'll do a little bit of a cut then. Alright, listen. We can do a little bit of a cut. A Bluehost. Bluehost. 8. Featured Minecraft fans. Minecraft. This is interesting. Interesting. So you can pick your location of server with this one. That's very interesting. It's 16. Okay. I'll talk to the team about it. Let's do some culling really quick. Bushier flowers can be culled. And you get a lower cost by sharing a server with other peeps. Interesting. Critter companions or dedicated critters companion, critter college, keep companion his ducks. Let me go to this one. Hold on. World generation. This one. Copy. Paste. Oh, I didn't want to install it. I just wanted to paste it. Okay. I'm better with you. Keep this one. This one. Let's see, Alex's caves and mobs. I just want to see which ones were extras from the last server that I hosted. Those two. I'm gonna take my controller off. Thank you for your guys' patience, though. It means a lot. I like that one, though. We had this one, and we had this one. We didn't have bosses of mass destruction before, though. I feel like it's kind of cool, though. Did we not? I feel like we did. Honestly, because I remember this guy. Maybe I'm wrong. So I'll make him orange. This one can be this red. This one can be orange. Can I click the right orange? Would that be possible? Bugs aplenty, orange. Anything that I didn't have before, I think can be orange. Orange. This one is because kind of like whatever. Critters and companions. Critters and crawlers. Those can stay. Cute companions. Deep ether. Deeper and darker. Deep ether, deeper and darker we had. Diversity oriented. Dungeon crawl we had. I think the biggest difference is going to be young structures. I lied. It was only, there's only one extra. So Young's is probably fine if that's the case then. Maybe when dungeons are right is kind of big. We have dungeons and taverns. I know we had ecologics as well. Let me also remove them as I'm doing this. Agriculture, biomes of plenty, blue skies, critters and companions. Dimensional. We had dimensional dungeons, but I removed that one. Dungeon crawl. I don't want to add new ones. I'd rather do just culling, ecologics, and remastered, enhanced celestials. I did remove the friends and foes except for this one, which I think is fine. What does Faunify have? I could remove Faunify. I don't think it has things that we have to have. Yeah, like we already have ferrets. Those are so small. They're so cute, though. It has moths. That's actually kind of cute. Okay. Maybe this one, then? Alright, for sure removal will be bright red, maybe removal. Gale's bug catching, I think, will be fine. Ghosts are maybe. Gobber is a maybe. Goblins and depths is a maybe. Ice and fire dragons. Oh, is that the... We had a magic mod. Miscellaneous magic, ice and fire dragons. Yes, we had that one. Incendium. We had that one. We had hamsters plus instead of... My cat is on my lap watching you. She's watching me be all tail stick. Understandable. Elves, Enders, Cataclysms. We have that one. Legendary Monsters. We didn't know that one. More Critters. We also didn't have that one. Mosey's Mobs. We did have. Naturalist Light. We did not have. We did not have Nature Spirit. Oh, the biomes we've gone. We had. I'm pretty sure we had Pet Shop. Oh, pet. What? Where are you? Where? Oh, waste on teleport pets? I could have sworn we had it in the last pack. Hold on. Alright. Pet. We had Polly's pets. Ooh. Okay, fair game. Okay, fair game. Okay, fair game. Fair game. That shouldn't mess with the world generation too much, though. So, we're going to replace this one. If we can add it with Polly pets, can we add Polly pets? We can add Polly's pets. Okay. Polly's pets. So I think this one is not as heavy. Go away. These are maybes. What about more critters? Do I this one? Is this one necessary? After looking after playing with it for a day? I really like the flat fucks. I think that's why I liked it, but I think it could not be necessary. Yeah, I could put this under like the more maybe pile. I need to make like a little chart thing. Hold on. Just column to the right. Boop. Drop down. Keep. Maybe. Yes. Maybe. No. Remove. My love, we can boogie. Yellow, maybe no, it's orange, and then remove will be red. And keep. I will say, though, to your guys' credit, I am surprised how many of you could load the Minecraft server and play on it for a decent amount of time. So, that's cool. Hi, Oso. How are you doing? Maybe yes. Maybe yes, maybe yes. Maybe yes, because I like that one. Maybe yes. This one is a remove. This one is that's a maybe, maybe. Yeah, maybe, maybe. Make it purple. Done. Where'd the maybe, maybe go? Where'd the maybe, maybe go? Oh my god. Alright, I'll just redo it. Boop. Maybe yes, keep, maybe yes, yes, maybe yes, yes, maybe, move. Orange companions, cute ducks is a maybe, deep aether, keep, this is a maybe, remove. Wait, maybe no. That one's a maybe no. Maybe yes. Maybe. I really want to keep the god. Oh, no, let's put the maybe yes because I really like that one. Same with Kiwi Boy. Legendary monsters. Let me look at this one. Okay, can I make a trade with myself, though? Can we have legendary monsters instead of bosses of mass destruction? I think that would be fair. I'm a mod. Okay. No, kind of. So, it was going to be a surprise for if you played, but I really wanted this mod that added kiwis, and this is one that I found that I thought you would like. I thought it would be cute. They can dance to music and be bred with kiwi cake. I was supposed to be a surprise, but I thought you might like it. I must have them all. I'm glad. We are keeping Kiwi Boy. All right, we're keeping Kiwi Boy. keep that one. Keep that one. It's necessary. Valid. Okay, so we'll keep legendary monsters, but we'll remove bosses of mass destruction. Keep more critters. We looked at this one. This is a maybe. Mosey's mobs. Keep naturalist lights. I think I like this one though. Who said get rid of that? No one. I was just telling Kiwi about it. I want to play a server without Kiwis. That's valid. I don't have deers and ducks. I wanted this specifically for this lizard, but does Alex's mom have a similar lizard? Why are the deer so ugly? I love it. I don't know. They have rain frogs. I love the rain frogs. But do they have a lizard? They have a small lizard. They have a small lizard. I removed naturalist. They also have bears. What about a small lizard? I'm looking for a small lizard. So, what the fuck is that? What the fuck? Oh, it's a mud skipper. I have catfish. Bears, you say? Yeah, it has bears. Look, bears. They both have bears, though. There's two types of bears. There's this one and this one. I think they have geckos. You think they have geckos? Look at their wiki. Ah, shit. Alex's mob's gecko. Leopard gecko. That's a damn cute leopard gecko. Oh my god. Yeah, they have mud skippers. Hold on. Let me show you again. Hold on. Where did they go? Oh my god. A sunbird? Yo, that's cool. Mud skipper. The little green mud skippers. Alright. I think I can settle for not having the naturalist one then. Remove. Nature's spirit. I think I want to keep nature's spirit. Baby. Alright, let me read this one. I don't think... Nature Spirit is a mod that aims to expand by adding many new biomes, which instead vanilla reflect the real world. I think this one's cheese! Make cheese by placing milk in a cauldron, right-clicking the brown with a brown mushroom. Wait a bit, in the bucket will get to cheese, which can make pizza or cheese arrows. We're keeping that one. Bombs gone as a keep. Pet shop is... Oh, we have to edit this. Replace, which I will change that to a brown. Well, that shouldn't be a brown. I think that should be a... That's nice. It can be like an orange. I think it should be an orange. Okay, done. Apply to all. I attempted to make a solo mod on the mod pack and it crashed immediately. I'm working on it. I haven't finished Mission Maple. Yeah, of course. No, feel free to post it in the fridge. Anytime. Anytime you want. Listen, okay? I'm trying my best. I took 2 weeks. 2 very long, not very sleepful weeks. Maybe I like my cake, and maybe, you know, sometimes I like to eat it too. Oh my god, this is so cute! Oh, this is so cute, Bunby. Oh my god, great job. Oh my god, you do characters very well. Very envious. I like it a lot. 10 out of 10. Great job. Great job. I was gonna say, but my pen died. I'm sorry, but you know, very, very poggin. Okay, productive bees, project vibrant, keep rats. I had some keeping rats. These ones are different. I kind of added them last minute because they were cool. Cause look, the guys, the sea dwellers, they can Look, it has like underwater biomes. I think we're keeping it. We're keeping it. What the fuck is this? Gothic RPG? Whoa. Interesting. Alright, it was still loading sad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't worry. Tomorrow it'll be a lot better. We're keeping the frogs. Serene Seasons. We're gonna remove Serene Seasons Plus, which means we need to remove Better Days. Remove. Still stuck at 99. Yeah, that's the biggest part. That's the part that takes up the most RAM. Serene Shrubbery. I did like Serene Shrubbery, though. We're keeping Serene Shrubbery. We're keeping this one. I had Stalwart Dungeons. We did not, so I have to decide on that one. Maybe we don't need Stalwart Dungeons because we have other ones. Okay, I can settle with that. Hold on, remove. Can we make the remove more serious? The remove just does not seem that serious. Apply to all. Okay. Structory and Structory Towers we had last time. How long are you gonna stream for tonight? Probably for not too much longer. Most times I go to like 10 p.m. PST, so it's like a little less than an hour. But most streams are like 6 to 8 hours, just depending on if I'm tired or not. The Aether Redux. We don't have the Aether Redux, I don't think. Redux? We don't. Okay, I think that's fine. The Twilight Forest we can keep. The Undergarden we can keep. Towns and Tower. PTS Peak, yes. Towns and Towers. What is this one? I just realized you've been streaming 7 hours. I can barely manage 3 before I'm socially done. That's valid. The another thing is this is kind of like my thing. Like, I don't work outside of this. This is just my thing. We're keeping this one. I like these villages. These villages are really cool, so we're keeping them. Dungeons and Villages. Only be working hard. Maybe we don't need this one? How do you find other bosses in the Twilight Forest? Found instructions of some kind. Hold on. I have to... Hold on. Can you find multiple Twilight Forest bosses in the Twilight Dimension? Wish I could have be a full-time teacher just doing the thing as much. Oh shit! What's up, Boom? How was Pikmin 2? Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. How was your stream? Hashtag 3. Why? Was your thing, but I tried over years. I don't think people like me. Why wouldn't people like you? I think you're very fun to talk to. You've been very nice thus far. Within the same multiple instances. Okay, I'm sorry. I think you're lovely. I think you're quite nice. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. Welcome. I kind of want to keep... I'll do maybe yes. Welcome on in. I hope Pikmin was fun. If you need to raid and rest, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to me. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy me being a little tismist. Tismy as I kind of go through my mod pack that we were playing on today. Variants and Ventures. Which one was this one again? It was scary. Why was it scary? Nah, this shit was kind of cool. This shit was kind of on God. This shit was cool. I think this is the one that added the sprinter. Other features, improved stray. It did not. Then we can remove this one, actually. 3 giant spiders. Oh, got it. Yeah, it was because I get thinking after a day or two, they never come back. Maybe it's because I don't have a community. But how does one... You just, on God, with streaming... Yeah, just keep doing it. Consistency is the biggest thing. Where you just keep doing it over and over and over again. And like, the big thing with being a streamer is you just do it consistently. Even if people don't come. We're keeping when dungeons arise. And let me look at the ones dungeons arise 7 Cs. Wait, can I just go this one? Oh yeah, this is the one that made the massive boat near spawn. We're keeping that shit, man. Okay. So if I look at this, polypet science. Okay. Actually, I need a 1 column to the right. You think even if it's once a week, people will stay? Work is a big thing in my schedule too, so time management sucks. Honestly, it's a hard thing, but if you can stay consistent, like at least do once a week, then, you know, more people will know because they'll be like, oh, I know for a fact this person goes live once a week. Good night, Boo! Sleep well, thank you for the raid. Thank you. But it's all about consistency. The biggest thing is consistency. I've been doing this shit for like 3.5 years, and I'm not crazy, so... Okay, so... Okay, we have that. Tech, I think we can keep all the tech stuff. All the storage stuff is also fine. Keep... I'm gonna be honest. I feel like the biggest problems just came from the world generation. I was gonna say at a time when your audience is most likely to be online too. Yeah. Yup. But also what works best for you at the same time. Sorry, I was trying to drink the last of my water. And by water, I mean advancedgg. Now I'm going back to water. Ah! Oh, God. I just spilled water everywhere on myself. Okay. I'll just let that soak in. I don't really want to deal with that right now. Okay. Install. We're going to remove Pet Shop. Serene Seasons Plus, I think is fucking with stuff, and I don't know how to fix that. True, but most I'm available at night, which is finally actually when I get most reason. Yeah, so like do that then. Just stream at night. Just do it consistently. And it can be hard when people don't come back or when people disappear, but you just kind of got to push past it, honestly. This one was replaced with this one. 540, huh? Yeah, this one was replaced. This one was replaced by this. Can you not do that, please? Thank you. Okay. Bridging mod is fine. Carry on. Connected glance connectivity. Cooking for blockheads. Cooking for blockheads is a food mod. Crafting station JEI. What does this do? Adding to a crafting station, slight tweaks of how crafting. Originally Tinker's construct from Tinker's construct, the crafting station keeps your items stored on top. Okay, so we want to keep this one. Optimization was the client. Crafting tweaks. Was it this one? No, we can keep that one. Where's the client crafting? Here it is. So I don't think we had this before. It sucks though because my work never gives me the same hours a day, so it's always a juggle. That's valid. And like another thing you could do is you can build a Discord community first if you want. Start hanging out with friends, meet people online. I think Miyu's like a good example of that. Is she has a lot of friends that she had first that she hung out in a Discord with and just streamed when she hung out with them. And now she has a schedule, you know? You could also do like every other week. It's just the important thing is trying your best to be consistent. Even if it's for an hour or 3 hours, like it doesn't really matter as long as you're consistent with it, you know? Client crafting is a client-side user should make the UI more responsive, eliminating the server's delay. Crafting no longer waits for server reply, directly goes ahead syncing up with server's response after. It's only required on the client side. I feel like this is a maybe yes. This one's like a maybe yes one because it sounds helpful. I mean... Okay, I'm in a single player world, right? Yeah, I am. I just want to test it. Yeah, crafting. And then let me just give myself like some wood. I just want to see how fast the crafting thing responds. Oh, well, it's not gonna craft anything if I do that, right? That way. No friends. I am very, no friends. I'm very socially awkward person despite me talking and rambling so much. Well, then welcome on in. You can hang out with me. I'm here every day of the week. You know, we're family now. You can hang out with us. I don't really know if this helps. I'm sorry. This just bugs me a bit. Client. Yeah, we didn't have it on the old server, but there I think I wanted to add it because Tricky mentioned it, I think. We have one now. Let me scroll up. Client crafting MC mods. That's the one we have? Yes, okay, cool. Yeah, we're always here for you. We'll celebrate your birthday with you. We'll hang out with you. We'll talk to you. We got you. Alright, this. I'm Buster. I'm your new best friend. Yippee! Yeah. Yeah, and my DMs are always open. Well, they should be open. I don't know why they say they're not open, because as long as we fucking share a server, it should. So, back with more water. I should drink water. I actually didn't end up drinking water. After I spilled that water on myself, I didn't end up actually drinking water. I shouldn't have gone back to title screen, but it's okay. Falling leaves. I don't know what I should get for lunch. Sandwich. I'll remove falling leaves because that could be also a problem. My macro letter, but all the letters are squares. Weird. If you're okay with it, I'm doing a little optimization pass, so tomorrow it'll be a lot better. FTB Essentials. Yes, because the FTB Essentials is hold on, but there's another FTB thing that it added because of it. FTB Library. Yes, here we go. Lexend, which this is an API one, which just doesn't need that information with it. Bergimon, carry on. Oh, I fucking should be labeling these. Teehee. These are all fine. I don't think these would have a problem, because they're just visual. Bridging mod, connected glass is fine. Connectivity needs needed for some of the stuff we have. Crafting station JEI is fine. Like, every text is great. Even if I click on something, I can't navigate. That's so weird. You can send me a screenshot, but I'll be honest, I don't know how to fix that. Furniture. This was a furniture mod. Inventory HUD plus. I want to keep this. Keep, jump over fences, keep. None of these should really, I mean, do we need this one? It's very helpful. It's very helpful, though. Hello, sir. What is this? The good soup? Oh my goodness. I'm optimizing the mod pack.
What are you doing?
Breathing in that good soup. So I'm going through and deciding like which ones like maybe I don't need. I looked through a lot of the world generation mods that might be having problems. Like this one didn't add a lot. The boss resurrection, the thing is you don't need to resurrect bosses because the structures that they spawn in multiple locations quite often. Yeah, so we don't actually need that one. Also, I'm removing the dungeons and villages because meh, I guess. And then Stalwart Dungeons, we have a lot of dungeons already. Serene Seasons Plus, I have a feeling is messing with something that I don't like. Natural Slight has mobs that Alex's Caves also has, so not a big loss. Bosses Master Destruction, and then there was Legendary Monsters. They both have really big, massive bosses that I really liked. However, we didn't have this one in the last one. And because they're kind of similar, and this one has more of them, I decided to keep this one and remove this one. Okay. And same with bushier flowers. I don't actually think this worked when we were playing. Oh, this is for when you put them in flower pots.
That's not world gem.
Oh! We can remove it anyway.
Tasty.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sounds good.
Okay. Possibly also saw something that said custom screen layer safety mode. No idea. Restarting PC2. No problem. Yeah, there's a fancy menu UI, which is this, which makes it so I can change this background. You guys can't see my mouse. I don't know what I'm doing. You also can't see what I'm doing. Hold on. I don't know why I did it like this. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, so there's that, and then projector top. Wait, what? Sorry. Projector top needs to go down one. Boop. Okay, there we go. Anywho, yeah, I don't have it. Lamella looks like the normal input squares. That's so weird. Okay, so right here, there's like a little menu, and it's so I can customize this background, because I eventually do want to make a custom background for Minecraft for us. But just not at the moment, but I want to have the capabilities to be able to, so that's why we have it. Measurements. Fuck it, we'll remove measurements. We don't need it. I want to keep more drag and ender eggs, keep neat, keep searchable, subtle effects is fine, tiny skeletons is fine, trading post is fine, trash lot is fine, travelers titles is fine, visual workbench. I feel as though visual workbench and crafting station, no, is it that one? Or is it, it might be crafting station JEI. Yes, they do essentially the same thing. So we could remove one of those, and I don't know how I didn't catch that before. Crafting Station JEI edition. We have both. So I'm guessing it's fine if we had both in the last server, and that worked fine. Keep. Alrighty. Optimization. I don't think any of the optimization stuff is honestly that big of a problem. We should look at miscellaneous, though. Magic, I think, is also going to be fine, because magic is just magic. Gameplay, we should check gameplay. Furniture, I think, will be okay. Food will be okay, and I think compats will be okay. I think the biggest things will just be the other ones. So let me look at those. Artifactory, artifacts, attribute fix, bobbly heart container. Is Artifactory gonna work with everything though? I don't think it will. And we already have other things that can affect it, so I'll remove it. Artifactory, artifacts. What? Oh, I did the control shift. Artifacts is fine. Attribute fix, I think, is fine. We had it on the last one, right? Attribute fix, we did. Okay. Bobbly heart containers, that's fine. Better archaeology is fine. Better combat, clean swing through. I think these are all gonna be okay. I'm just gonna go a little logistics, loot integrations. Loot integrations, that should be fine. Magnum torch, medieval origins, revival, nature's compass, origins, passive skill tree, mob points, pet cemetery, relics, donations. Yeah, because these aren't spawning anything per se. Okay, I want to check the miscellaneous. Almost unified automobility. This font is incorrect. Controlling is fine. Creeper overhaul, ding, embedded, exposure, fancy menu, mercenary, charge of plane, Oculus, open parties claims, overflowing, pickup notifier, polymorph, quark, radiant gear. I think the rest of these are gonna be fine. I think the biggest thing is us removing the ones that I've picked out, because I think at the end of the day, it's not. It's gonna be a lot better, I think. Add data, remove filter, create filter, sort A to Z. Whoops. I forgot to add the other column, so we want them to stay together. Okay, we'll do A to Z with this one, and then we'll do A to Z with this one. Okay. So things that are keep, we can just blank those out. Okay. So cute companions, ducks. I don't think we need that one because there are already ducks in the game, and I feel like it's rather. But they can have hats. I'm pretty sure they can have hats, and you can have green ones. I don't care. I'm keeping it. Diversity. Does one have the cheese thing? Small and be random fish. Trophy banners. Okay, I don't think we need this one. We can remove this one. Enemy expansions. This one was cool. I want to keep this one. Keep this one. Ghosts. The ghosts are cute though, but I don't think we necessarily need them because they don't really, like, they're cute, but it's like meh. Meh. We already have ghosts, so we can remove this one. More critters. More critters. More critters. More critters. What does this one add? Ah, we don't need this one. Faunify. Eh. Add Astra extra. That's fine. That's fine. The add Astra ones are fine. That's fine. That's not gonna do a lot. That one's fine. That one's fine. We'll keep these ones as well. And useful ribbits. And maybe not. They're not necessary. But they're so cute. Look, you can have a farmer ribbit. Take seeds from ribbit chests and honorably plant them on farmland block. Hold on, let me look at ribbits. Let me look at ribbits. What does it have on its own? Creatures companions. I'm gonna keep it. And then we'll replace. We replace this one with this one, so this one. By the sodium one is by sodium extras by TXNE by TXNI. That is not capitalized. Pet shop was removed. Pet shop was removed. Let's go here. Let's go to here. Let's go to mods. Let's go to pet. No, let's do it like this. I gotta do it this way. LMNOP. Pet shop. Delete. Trash. Let's kill instance. Let's open folder. Mods. We're going to go LMNOP. LMNO. I saw it for a second. LMNO polypets. There we go. And then this one by this one. Polypets is by MS Productions. I'll just look it up this way. Because I don't want to write it. I want to copy and paste it. Bye. There we go. So those are good now. We're gonna sort A to Z. Remove these guys. Okay. And now I'm going to add... Okay, and then we're going to... Actually, I could just look it up here. Diversity. More critters. Oh, wait, it's on selecting it. Okay. I'd rather remove it from the server first. So let's do that. Diversity... A B C D D D D D D D diversity. Ghosts. A B C D E F G. What is this one called? I don't like it when the names don't line up. Ghosts Forge. That's what it says. Ghost. There it is. More critters. LM. More critters. Faunify. A B C D. Faunify. Artifactory. Artifactory. Better days. Better days. Falling leaves. F. D E F. Falling. Yeah, it is called that. Fall. Oh, that might. It might be because it's visual. Keep that one then because it's visual measurements. ME. It's called measurements. Trying it to load one more, maybe though. I don't know how my PC will handle. Let's hope. Let's hope. If it doesn't, it's okay because tomorrow, you know, we'll have something better. It's MEA. I am a little dumb. Measurements. Bosses of mass destruction. Bosses of mass destruction. Bushier flowers. Bushier flowers. Naturalist light. LMN. LMN. Naturalist. Serene Seasons Plus. Serene Seasons. Serene Shrubbery. Is this another one where it's like serene? Oh, did I already remove that one? Oh, I might have. Okay. Stalwart Dungeons. QRST. Low-key scared because I see a lot of yellow text in the game dashboard while loading. That happens. No, that's pretty typical. Stalwart Dungeons. Twilight Forest. Twilight Forest. Twilight Forest. Twilight Forest. Oh, you bitch. They're not next to Twilight Forest. What do you mean? TF, TFBR. Alright, TF. TF, TF. And then Variants and Ventures. Cure ST, Variants and Ventures. Delete. Yes. Trash. How do you see the trash? I don't think you can. I don't know how. That's fine. Okay, I just want to make sure that that was up to date. And then I want to turn on HG. CD. B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P. S, T. This one. Enable. Okay. Now with those removed, we'll start this. And now we'll go into CurseForge. And we are going to remove all of those mods. So we'll start with... Let's do it this way. A to Z, A to Z. Okay. How was I made? Artifactory. Better days. Delete. Better. I already removed that one, I think. Serene, yup. Process of mass destruction. Delete. Bushier flowers. Delete. Diversity. Faunify. Ghosts. Measurements. More critters. Naturalist light. The naturalist compact we also have to remove. And naturalist delight. So let me do that in here as well. Let me copy this. List. Natura. And then that one. And then that one. And now we sort A to Z again. Naturalist, access mobs. Yep, we delete those guys. And then Serene Seasons Plus is gone. Stalwart Dungeons is gone. Twilight Forest. Dungeons, Villages, and Boss Resurrection is gone. Variants. Okay. Let's see how that goes. And delete. Shift up. Oop. Shift up. Okay. 525. I'm onto my third Coke Zero now, keeping myself up for Minecraft. Oh, don't do that. No, don't do that. Yeah, goober, don't do that. Minecraft will be here tomorrow. Okay, and now I have to share. Nope, 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 nope. V01. So I took a nap early. I'll be fine. Okay, if you say so, but don't stay up just for Minecraft. We'll be here tomorrow. We'll be here every day after tomorrow too. What's running now? Aborting. Let's crash. Mod Serene Seasons. You said you didn't have it anymore, you bum. Minecraft is life. Minecraft is life. I am a good example of that. A, B, C, D. Serene Seasons. I feel like it's lying to me. I don't see it. But tomorrow is Friday. Oh my god! You loaded my face! Open! Oh my god! Hi, Lulu! Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Yeah, but I'll be on the Minecraft server Saturday and Sunday. And Sunday, you can catch me in the Discord watching One Piece. I'm literally here every day. Every single day. You can find me. I was very raw. It's funny to hear that sound and then you talk over it too. That's me, yeah. That's me. That's me. Well, welcome on in. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, we're just making the end of our stream about fixing Minecraft. Lies? What do you mean lies? What do you mean? She's lying. Why? How am I lying? I literally changed my plans last Sunday so that way we could still watch One Piece. I'm literally always on Discord unless I'm sleeping. Like, what? Ain't no lie. Oh, wait. It's not gonna lie to your community. I'm not. What? I don't know why you guys are making up bullshit, but I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it. Thank you for loading, Minecraft. May I please have my screen back? She's going to relax from streaming and touch grass. Sunday I'm gonna go shopping. Saturday I don't know if I have D&D or not. But other than that, my plans are just to sleep and clean the house. How is the stream? Stream is good. I'm just optimizing some Minecraft. Okay, options, video settings. I gotta put this on window to apply. Okie dokie. What do you mean you still have Serene Seasons Plus? Forge version Serene, that's that. Okay. Sorry, I was doing stuff real quick. You're good. You're good. I hope you had fun in Arc Raiders. Forge Serene Seasons Plus delete. Go away. Okay. Also, I have to move myself really quick if I'm gonna go back and forth between this. Boop. Hopefully this will load up okay. I guess I could check this by doing it in a single player world, but I feel like that would also just take forever. The end was kind of annoying, but fun. Understandable. Let's see how that goes. And craft version updates. Ooh, I shouldn't have deleted what I removed yet, though, from here. Yeah, I shouldn't have removed that just yet. 540, 539, 525. Nani the fuck? How does it say I have 540 here, but I only have 570, 525 elsewhere? What? Oh, it's because of these ones? How many do I have here? 523. I'm missing 2 mods, actually. Factory Better Days. I removed all those. Okay, interesting. Ooh, do I have HG's tree chop? Tree. I do not. Okay, well, that's why I have this. Extract. Cry feelings I can't hide. Okay, we gotta do this A to Z. Column to the right. View cell action, sort range, A to Z sort. This one can go here. Oh my goodness, I fucked it up, chat. Rub your cursor, how do you do that? It's a live 2D model that I made. It just follows the tracking of my mouse because you can't have VTubers follow the tracking of your mouse. Boop. Oh wait, I fucked up. HT street chop. Oh my god, no, this is gonna be wrong. Oh no. Did I really export the shader packs as well? Share profile. If I did, I kind of fucked up. Because I want to ship it without shader pack. Or. Shader packs? Oh my god, it lied. It's. Okay. Okay. V1.01. Export. Save. Yes. And I'll close this. And then I will check that. That's just a data thing, so I'll just check that later. Seems like the server is okay. So what do you mean? What do you mean? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Good night, Buster. Bro, that doesn't make sense. This was mod channel last time. How? That's not a mod, bro. Terminating connector. Screen connector. Publish screen. What do you mean? That's not possible. That's literally, what is that? Okay. What do you mean? I don't think that is possible. Okay. Extract. Actually, I don't need to extract this one. I need to make another variant.
Soup sauce.
Go Guaby. A slow, painful realization. Thank you. Okay, so I went to work on my lab for class and made racing AI. It hurts my boy. I'm sorry. Mods. Save. But I'm glad you're here. Sorry that your brain hurts, but now you don't have to do it later. Who is what's killing me softly? Okay, now we take all these and then we paste them here. We right click, view more cell actions. We sort the range A to Z. La 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 la. Actually, hydrate my love. Yes, thank you. Sort A to Z. I had 20 minutes of art and finished a scarf. Fuck yeah. It was a productive day. It was a very productive day. I'm proud of you. Alright, let's delete cells and shift up. Alright, now we gotta go here and we gotta see what is being not samesies. Starts here. Donatine, data anchor, cupboard, coverage fringe, custom starter gear. Custom starter gear. Insert cells, shift down. Custom starter gear, which is a quality of life. And then to be functional. Oh, I have this twice. And she's tree chomp. This is a shift down. This one. Quality of life. Scarf and fridge. Let me see. Fridge. Oh my god, that's so pretty and so nice. That's very nice. I have it done. It's loaded. I'm able to play. Very nice. You might want to start with a single player world to see how it goes. To start off with. Is anyone playing right now? No, because I am optimizing the server. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Skin layers. Extra is this one? This one.
I'm not expecting you to, but don't touch anything on the stove. It's very hot.
Okie dokie. Quality of life. Up every time I done. Okay. Delete column. Okay. You. What does it mean that I don't have Minecraft 1.20.1? Bro, that's literally just the game. I'm gonna shit my pants. I'm gonna shit my pants, bro. 10 out of 10 Minecraft, I'm gonna shit my fucking pants, bro. I'm gonna fight somebody. Bro, Minecraft said timed out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Manage project. Files. Add file. Gonna be 4, just gonna be for 1.20.1 if it decides to work, and then we are going to do this, and then we're going to write, I think I wrote it in a notepad actually, not you spook me. Removed. Oop. Added HT's tree. Oh, this is the wrong one. HT tree. This one. And then we added this one, and we didn't update anything. So it'd be these that go into here. This one. This. Oh, there we go. Okay. Boop. Underline bold. Hello, pesto pasta. Actually, should I just do this again? I think that might be easier. It was not easier. Okay. That's fine. Alrighty. Day 1 optimization pass of the mod pack for redundant slash redundant mod may be lagging the server. Okay. Go away of hoses. Okay. Hopefully this will all be good. I'll just put this here. Delete columns. Okay. How's that work? Failed to connect mismatched mod channel list Minecraft 1.20.1. I'm gonna play. Different version of any of the mods that you have. but not make sense because server not gonna have that mod, bro. Alright. Really banned your ass. Oh, it's like I can play, it's just... Oh. Oh. They shouldn't call it that. Just saying. I figured it out, but like... God damn it. God, why would they call it Minecraft 1.20.1 if it was the HG's tree chopping mod? God, piss, brother. My pee-pee's soft. I'm fine. I'm okay. I don't think we have any data packs either anymore. God damn, I feel stupid. Are you sure? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anymore, chat. I've been working on this Minecraft mod pack for 2 weeks. And you know what all I have to show is? I don't know. We played for a little bit, right? Ah, man. I am so very smart. Huh? It's wonderful. Okay, there we go. Shrimp mode will help. You're right. You're right. You're right. Oh, I'm so big. Oh, the song is good. This is a good song. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. All right. I already forgot what I was doing. Chat, what was I doing? I don't remember. Let's delete these extra columns. I just gotta wait for the plink. I just gotta wait for the plink. And then I'll probably if it works. Yeah, we have to share it one more time then, actually. Mods, Minecraft server 1.1. This one. Minecraft wants this one. Fam, this shit takes my whole floor. It looks sick though. Want to export with Curse Forge mod pack. Only check the config. Oh my god, okay. Sorry. Oh, I heard the tink. Config, mods, resource packs. Export. 1.01. Bless the shrimp, thank you. Ah! That's on this end though. I was lucky I love her because if I didn't, I would strangle her with this. Damn, that's crazy. Nature's Delight. Right? Nature's Delight is the one. Naturalist Delight. I'm stupid. Farm Erd Compact. Oh, it's in the F's. I can't read. A, B, C, D. Naturalist Compact. Delete. What about Alex? Okay. Restart. Now I wait for it to turn back on. Fingers crossed I fixed it. I think I did it this time though. Baby, I'm so proud of you. Actually, I should just refresh it here. I can tell you miss me. I can tell it hurts. Sorry. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. I try to be patient with the server. I do. I try my best to be patient. But sometimes it don't to doobie doo in the dabba doo. The dooba dabba doobie doo. Baby, I'm so proud of you. I will, while I sit here waiting for the server to turn on, I will make my thumbnail for tomorrow, so I'll do it tomorrow. Like the way you kiss me. Ooh, okay. I'll do that tomorrow. I'll update tomorrow. This is literally all we did today. This guy and this guy. And then call me Goo, cause I'm Goober. Fan art. Bean version. Craft Mall pack. Today is the 6th. Quick export. JPEG high medium quality. Whole document. Export. Do not show it in the Explorer. I don't believe any of it. November 6th. Save. And then tomorrow will be that. And then I have to split the VOD. Yeah. Which will be Minecraft mod pack and then TikTok family time. TikTok family time. I don't know what I will call myself tomorrow, but we'll figure that out tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the 7th. Tomorrow will be one of these days. I'll have to turn these off and take this guy and put it here. And we start with this guy. Oops. Doop, doop, doop. Bro, just a video a lot of the world creation. I told you, it's a hefty mod, my love. It's a hefty boy. Time spelt wrong? No, I know. That's on purpose. I always spell it wrong. I'm gonna do it now because I'm gonna forget. Why does it say PNG? Oh. Okay. November 7th. Save. Save. Close this one. My B. It's okay. It's a fair call out, honestly. It's a fair call out, this one. It'll be episode 52 for tomorrow. Export. Save, close. Okay. I enjoyed it, now I can. Please. Okay, I go grab lunch and do chores. Have a great night, Andrea. Thank you, thank you. If I load into this Minecraft server and everything goes okay, then I'm probably gonna call it. I'm probably gonna call it regardless of the outcome. Be real. I'm gonna be real honest. Whoa. Hello, person. The circle, not a cycle. I you anymore. Probably this one. It's loading. It's loading. Okay, it's waiting. Okay, I'm gonna go figure this out really quick. And you guys are gonna go hang out with Egg Goblin, who is currently streaming Repo. So go have fun with them. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. And sticking with me through all my tribulations. It means a fuck ton. Here is the raid message. I don't think caps matters. It does not. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if it did, so that way you know where you came from. I love you guys very much, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night, and I will see you tomorrow for some Dungeons and Dragons, a little bit more Minecraft, and some zooted TikTok time. So it was fun. Thank you, Star. It means a lot. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Mwah. Good night. Good night. Oh, and remember, sorry for the jump scare if that was a jump scare. I always hope you do what... I hope you always get to do what you love. Sorry. Brain's completely fried. Bye!